Good evening, everybody. Sorry for the delay. We had to find a new laptop to attach. Thank you for your patience. We'll call the meeting to order Wednesday, March 19th for the Milton School Committee, 7:11 p.m., and we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So as we look to approve our agenda for tonight, I know of one change is I would like to pull from the chair's report the interim superintendent process topic for discussion to come after public comment. We have some guests joining us this evening for that portion, so we'd like to let them travel home sooner rather than later. So we'll move that up ahead of the superintendent's report and then return to the rest of the chair's report after that. Other changes, I know that Anna, we have the calendar piece under the chair's report, but that's really connected to the policy subcommittee. So we can maybe just tag team that part, or does that work? Mm-hmm. Okay. And then I know that under the FY25 budget update for finance, we will not be doing the capital request revision. That's something we did previously, and we can share an update in the course of that discussion. Are there any other changes people have? Okay. So then with that, we'll just move into public comment, a portion of our meeting that we set aside to up to 15 minutes here from members of the community who would like to share their perspectives with us for up to 3 minutes apiece. Is anyone in the audience here for public comment this evening? I don't believe so, but just making sure. Okay. Is anyone online hoping to join for public comment this evening? If so, can you please raise your hand at this time? Okay. I don't see any hands raised, but we'll just give people another few seconds. If you'd like to participate in public comment, please raise your hand. All right. There are no hands raised, right? Okay. So thank you, everybody. With that, we can move on to our first item for this evening. Our next item, rather, is a discussion of the interim superintendent process. I'd like to invite our two guests, and thank you so much for joining us tonight. This is our friends from MASC, the Massachusetts Association of School Committees, Executive Director Glenn Kuchar and Field Director Sean Costello. Thank you both so much for taking the time to be with us. They are here to share some guidance, recommendations for us to consider in the process of identifying the leader for Milton Public Schools beginning July 1st. And this is something you have great expertise in, so we really appreciate your advice and support with this process. Thank you so much. Maybe if you could just sort of provide like an overview of recommendations for how we are proceeding, and we'll then kind of open up the discussion so that we all have the opportunity to be on the same page. Thank you.
These are all on? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I'm Glenn Kuchar. I'm the Executive Director of MASC. Sean Costello is our Field Director. Both of us have been involved in superintendent searches over the years. Sean is a former current school committee chair in Marshfield. And back in the Nixon administration, I was on the Cambridge School Committee for 12 years. Let me be a little glib for a moment, but you have extraordinary flexibility over what to do about a vacancy in the superintendency. Because you've indicated that you'll be talking about the superintendency tonight, it would be perfectly legal for you to just appoint me right now. Now, an act of political malpractice, but that's how much flexibility you have. And in the case of an interim superintendency, most districts need to act expeditiously because there aren't a lot of people out there who will fill in for a year. Usually they are retired superintendents. There are superintendents who are not retired who would accept an interim superintendency, but there's a risk inherent in that because they may or may not be able to stay afterwards. You may or may not wish to continue them. So we frequently assist school districts in going through an interim process, which is an expedited process. There's a lot of diligence involved, but it's an expedited process. The first thing you definitely want to do, and we've begun this already, is to let the universe of potential candidates know that you're looking for an interim superintendency. Now, I say that because under certain circumstances, retirees can come back out of retirement and work in a district without forfeiting their pension income. But there are certain things the school committee needs to do in order to be eligible for that kind of a waiver to conduct a search that gets you that kind of a retiree. Those are usually the best candidates, though, because they're experienced. And I will tell you that one real advantage that interim superintendents have is that everybody's on their best behavior during an interim superintendency. Everybody wants to make sure that the interim superintendent passes on to the next superintendent just how terrific the faculty is and who in particular is more terrific than others, whatever it might be. So it's very important that the interim be able to do that, and they are able to do that quite well. We are posting your position now. The Superintendent's Association will be posting it also. Those are among the conditions that the state looks for before they grant a waiver. Did you really make a decent effort to try to find an interim superintendent? Because it's an interim superintendency, you would want to expedite the process. Now, when I say we, our association provides the technical assistance that districts need for interim superintendencies. It's not a fee-based service, it's part of your membership. So you've been paying us dues for 75 years. This is one of the things that we will do for you. We are pretty diligent about how we do it. We take the applications, we scan them, we make them available to the school committee as soon as they are in to us. You may be getting some directly to you if you use School Spring. At the end of the application period, which in your case is March 31st, the school committee can meet, review what's come in, and select someone that they might like to interview. It would be public, so you don't have to worry about the issues around executive session. And after you do your due diligence of interviewing a candidate or candidates, you're not required to interview any, you can interview all. You can make a decision about who you would like to engage as your interim superintendent. And an interim superintendent is simply a superintendent with a shorter contract. Whether it's an interim, a temporary, a provisional, whatever, they all have the authority of the superintendent. So you're appointing someone who will have the full legal ability to administer the school district and take care of business. And you can then execute a contract and work with that superintendent until you're ready to conduct a full search and engage more of the community in that process. So we are here to explain. We're not here trying to sell anybody any services, but at some point, you will need to cast a net to see who you would like to help you with the process. In the past...
You mean for the permanent
For the
superintendent,
permanent
the full search next
superintendencies.
year? Yeah.
There are districts that will conduct that process themselves, and if some of you may have been part of that process last time, but if you do elect to conduct the process yourself, we can provide you with extensive technical assistance services as well, for which there's no fee. That's the general picture. Now, this document, and this is not specific to Milton, it's generic to our school districts. This is a public document. This is not confidential. It's sort of called the "Oh my God" handout, because many districts find out at very short notice that they'll be looking for a superintendent, and they want to think about what potential candidates think before they apply, what the criteria might be as you get ready for a provisional or permanent search. I think if you review this process, you might find it helpful going forward. There is also, an expedited timeline. So you're going to need to take more time vetting candidates in a full search than you would the fewer number of candidates that will happen in an interim search. And you could be done within a month. A lot of these things take longer depending upon how much process you have. If the school committee is handling this process, any interviews that you have with candidates, any discussions that the body has will be in public. The executive session option is not available to the school committee, but you won't need it because the candidates will know. And there's less risk to a candidate to apply for an interim superintendency because most of them are retired. Most of your candidates for your full superintendency will be working somewhere and may not want to disclose that they're seeking a job before it becomes appropriately later in the process. Sean's been through this process, I've been through this process. We'd be delighted if you have further questions that you'd like to pose to us.
Yeah, and I can just add really quickly, again, Glenn has done this over 100 times, correct? You've been involved with superintendent searches. I just wrapped up my third, so he's got a little bit more on me than this, but I can tell you, just having done it recently in Marshfield, I understand it's a daunting process. I understand as a member of the school committee, going into this can be nerve-wracking, and deciding who's going to be leading your district, even just for 1 year as an interim or beyond that, is a really daunting process. That's what we're here for. We are always here to answer your questions. You can call us anytime, email us anytime. Let us know any questions you may have. We'd be happy to answer questions now, or if anything pops up in the future, please always feel free to reach out to us as a resource.
Thank you so much. I'll just say, as chair, on behalf of the committee, having had the opportunity to reach out, get your advice, also be in touch with the Tom Scott at the Massachusetts Association of School Superintendents as well. I feel very fortunate to have access to such a wealth of experience and knowledge, and it's based on that we've taken the preliminary steps that we've been able to do so far. And I think knowing that our goal is to really maintain stability for the district, to regain stability, I think it's very reassuring to have your guidance and support. And I don't know what other questions people might have. I know that you've laid out that there is a spectrum of sort of approaches that we will take with the pool once we see like what it consists of, right? And we'll kind of go from there based upon how clear the sort of paper screening, as you called it, how clearly that sort of presents a direction. And we need to sort of see that part in order to understand what comes next. But, yeah, anybody have questions? I've had the benefit of Glenn's
You can contact
counsel.
us at any time if you have a question.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a couple questions. First is that today is already March 19th,
Yes.
and our deadline for the interim superintendent application is the end of March 31st. That's only 10 days from now.
That's not unusual.
That's not unusual.
For
Okay.
an interim, it's not unusual, and we have distributed the notice of vacancy to about 1,400 aspiring superintendents, current superintendents, schools that train superintendents, and usually people who are looking for a superintendency know to look at the websites of the state school boards associations and the superintendents association. Superintendents get 1 million hits a year, but they post everything. We generally only post superintendencies and interim superintendencies. And at this time of the year, this is when the interim superintendent demand heats up, because this is when the candidates, or excuse me, when the superintendents are announcing their retirements,
I see.
and things come up late. So I would say for an interim superintendency, this is not likely to be a problem.
Okay.
If this were a full superintendency for the long term, you'd certainly want about 4 weeks or 5 weeks of recruiting. Also, it is not unusual, if you are aware of someone that you'd like to be made aware of the vacancy, to let us know, or to contact that individual. It's not inappropriate to reach out and say, hey, so-and-so, I've known you for a long time, I think you'd be good. Why don't you apply? Just don't make any promises you can't keep. That's.
Got it.
And if there are any questions, you can refer them to the chair.
Yep.
If there are technical questions, if you're getting ready to develop questions for your interviews, we have an extraordinarily large question bank. We have model interviews that are suited to vocational schools, interim superintendencies, permanent superintendencies, and they're all available to you. We can send them to you electronically, and you can come up with, and we revise it every year with some of the new things that emerge. As you can imagine, this year's crop of new superintendents will be dealing with a very perilous long-term financial situation, because we don't know what the future will bring. An incredibly complex regulatory environment, with the state looking at graduation requirements and the federal government making headlines several times a day, much of which affects us all.
Yeah. But for when we are looking for a permanent superintendent, usually the search starts in February, March, or like which month
The
should we
best
start?
time to
Fall.
begin a search
Fall.
for a superintendent is to spend next summer getting your criteria, your decision criteria, your job description in order, and then getting it out, blasting it out during the month of September, keeping it opened through maybe to the beginning of October, getting the interviews done by the screening committee prior to the end of October, and then having a decision made before the other districts start picking off the best candidates.
I see. Thank you.
And typically, in your experience, how large is a pool, like for these types of positions? Not the permanent, the interim.
You mean the interim pool?
Yeah, exactly.
I would hope that there might be, I don't know, 4 or 5 candidates who you might want to consider seriously,
Okay.
possibly. There are always really good, very appropriate candidates who want to do this, and they stand out very quickly. When you're looking for your permanent superintendent, the average search,
Depends on the district a lot of the time, but a district this size, probably anywhere from 15 to 25, and the 25 being on the much higher side.
Okay.
but of that 15 to 25, you should be able to find in the first round at least 8 to 10 candidates who would merit first-tier consideration, especially if you're beginning your search in September.
And interviewing 8 candidates in a semifinal round is typical.
I have kind of an odd question, but why would somebody come out of retirement to do it? Why would somebody come out of retirement to
Oh, that's easy.
just,
If you get a waiver,
yeah,
you are allowed to come out of retirement and work as a superintendent and get paid and not give up your pension.
gotcha.
So I will tell you, without the critical shortage waivers, we wouldn't be able to find anybody willing to do this.
Okay.
With the waivers, it doesn't cost you any more. You need a superintendent, you will have to pay for a superintendent. Superintendent is retired, that superintendent is getting a pension from the state. It won't cost the state anymore. So we think it's good public policy to allow the waiver process because you have the right incentives to get some. I mean, if someone wants to pay you double for a year,
Yeah.
it's like Christmas all year long.
And is it, is a year the,
A retired superintendent is allowed to earn in retirement the difference between what their successor in their previous job earned. I'll give you an example. Let's say somebody made $200,000 a year and retired at a pension of $170,000 because they're cutting the spouse in. So that person can earn the difference between the $220,000 that the person who's now the superintendent is making. All right, they can earn that $20,000 and they can earn $30,000 to bring them up to $200,000. They can earn the difference between the pension and their old salary, plus the difference between what that candidate is making now, plus $15,000 in a calendar year.
okay.
So for a lot of retired superintendents, without a waiver, they can make $60,000 or $70,000 between July and December, and then another $60,000 or $70,000 between January and July. With the waiver, they could earn much more.
Okay.
And if you're a superintendent who retired early, or you retired from another state and you just want to come in, that can be a really good deal. The out-of-state people generally want to come here because, as they say to us, I figure I'll go to Milton, do a year, how hard could it be? And they think they can phone it in, and of course, you know they can't. But there are people who, I always wanted to be near Cape Cod. I think I'll apply to Milton, because if you're from Muncie, Indiana, you don't know where Cape Cod is relative to Milton. So, when you're questioning the candidates, you should be asking them, why us, why now? And when you're interviewing the real candidates for a full-time, you really want to look them in the eye and say, why Milton, why now?
I think in this expedited interim search, we're prioritizing in our criteria length of experience as a superintendent in Massachusetts. Because one thing, nothing against people from other places, but for us, for right now, we really need somebody who's brings a demonstrated track record of confronting some of the challenges that we're facing here in Milton. So along with that, we are able to to know about, the extent to which an individual what challenges have they faced, what success have they had in similar situations to the ones we face here in Milton. And we're able to draw on the network, essentially, of MASC and MASs, who can sort of help us vouch for certain candidates based upon the work that they have already done as superintendents. So I think, for us, for right now, that's a really important feature and why we're kind of really looking at that profile for a person to come in and do this.
This is a complicated state at a very complicated time. So you don't want to have to educate your interim superintendent about Chapter 70, about the importance of the circuit breaker, about the regulatory nightmare that is the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education's Book of Rules and Policies. It's tough, so usually an experienced veteran candidate is good. And our pools are, now that things have changed for individuals, we now have a very balanced pool of who those candidates might be. So, as I say, I hope you'll have some good choices, I expect.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for
Thank you.
sharing this information, and we will stay in touch and really appreciate it. And yeah, if anybody thinks of other questions that you want to share, I can give your emails to the members here, and then people can also reach out.
Yep.
So thank you very much.
And you can share our cell phone numbers
Yes, please.
with the members. Our members meet at night, so we get called at night. And our members worry about things over weekends, so they call us on weekends, and that's okay.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
All right, so
they
thanks
have-
everybody for
they
letting
have a
them
list of
come in
These
front
are for
and I'll hand
search
it over to you.
committee
Great.
member
It feels like
suggestions.
every update is talking about the budget and all the work we're doing on the budget, because that feels like it's taking up 95% of our work right now. I guess the one thing to share, and I know budget's coming here, and we'll have a lot to share on both FY25 and 26. Last week we had our first grade information night, and one thing I just wanted to kind of flag and kind of share is one of the things that we're balancing, and thank you to Karen McDevitt and the entire admin team and directors, all the people that were part of that. As we're waiting for the override to determine kind of what next year looks like, I think on a lot of things we're having to talk about, well, if the override passes, this is what it's going to look like. If the override doesn't pass, you can expect this. And as you all probably realize, there's a lot of work to do if the override didn't pass to make decisions around how systems function without all of those really critical, essential positions. So that was a big topic of conversation leading up to the first grade information night. A smaller team of the larger presentation group met to talk about how should we navigate this. And I just kind of wanted to flag that it's something that we are working on a lot of different things as we kind of move forward to April 29th and town meeting. So any questions on that or anything else? Because I was going to introduce our two visitors here. All right. So we have talked over, I think, the last 2 years about doing kind of deeper learning here around teaching and learning, and we, at the beginning of the year, had built in our quarterly reports and have had some other presentations, site council presentations. We had a special ed presentation as well. What we're going to hear tonight is information on our diagnostic assessments, which Brian Selig and Kat Deroche, you guys can come on up, who are exceptional at the work that they do. I think this information is really, really helpful for the school committee to understand it, and I think moving forward to have these every quarter, to have a conversation here about how are we doing. This is one of the main ways that we assess how our students are doing. It's information that we're using in the classroom formatively to make changes to instruction. So as you all think about and kind of in the future, I think this would be a strong thing to continue to have a focus on the quarterly report and not just kind of looking at what's happening at the end of the year, but kind of bringing this into the conversation of how we are stewarding the strongest instructional vision that we can.
Hi everyone, thanks for having us. I'm Kat DeRoche. I'm the literacy director here in Milton for kindergarten through 8th grade.
And I'm Brian Seelig, the math director for the district. Want to apologize right away for some changes that we made to the slide deck kind of right up until the start of the meeting to try to not necessarily change any of the information that was presented there, but just to make sure it was clearer and maybe sequence in a way that we thought the presentation might go more smoothly. So
I just added the copy to the folder. If you want an updated one.
The copy version?
Yeah.
So there were two goals really if we're to think about the slides that you have in front of you. And the first, or one, is to look at mid-year data as a district, both in literacy and in math. But what I think is the bigger purpose of this presentation is to really go over the different types of assessments that exist in education, in an educational landscape, and for what purpose they're used. And so we're going to start there because I think even though the data that is collected is very, very important, teachers, administrators, and district personnel have been using this since January, and it's almost April. So in a way, this data is somewhat outdated because we've collected other data in informal ways that is new and updated. So just putting that caveat that while this data is alive and real, it has changed since January, and it should change that quickly. So we'll kind of start by looking at, these are all probably words that we've all heard in the educational space and also outside of it, but they often get used in an interchangeable way. And so for the purpose of our discussion and discussions going forward, I'm just going to level set a little bit about what these words mean, and then on a subsequent slide go over what they mean in Milton. So we have summative assessments and formative assessments. And one way of thinking about these is summative assessments are assessments of learning. So those are very summative, obviously. They're done at the end of the year or at the end of a unit. They're standardized. They might be the report card. These are all examples of what summative assessments are. Formative are assessment for learning. So a teacher would use a summative assessment to see what the students learned. They use formative assessments to see what they need to teach next. Now they are very related, but they're adjacent. So this is more informing as a teacher, what is it that my students need next? So those types of assessments are far more vast. So those are screeners, diagnostics, progress monitoring, and informal assessments like observations and anecdotal information. Now this is where the real magic happens, I think. That's where teachers do their craft of teaching and kind of tune into what their students need. So I won't go through all these boxes, but I will, on the next slide, kind of explain overarching what this looks like here in Milton. So, and this is not exhaustive. This was just to give you an idea. These are terms you've probably heard about. So for our summative assessments, those are things like MCAS, your report card, and unit or module assessments. And then formative assessments, so screening, different from diagnostic. Those are normed, so that's like a nationally normed evidence criterion-based screener. So that's like DIBELS or Easy CBM. It's Lexia, what we used to use here in literacy. And then for diagnostic, you'll hear Brian talk about iReady We use iReady at the middle school as well. That makes more sense for our older learners. Progress monitoring is used with all students in all classrooms, but a lot of all of our interventionists use progress monitoring to make sure that on a 4 to 6 week cycle, we're making the gains we need to see within certain domains. Dibble, subtests, word lists, skills checks, things like that. And then informal assessments are things like running records. We used to use a benchmark assessment system, which is just another form of running record. Kind of tells you how a student is doing in their reading with certain behaviors in the moment, but it changes very frequently. And things like exit tickets. So if I taught a lesson on multiplying fractions, I might give everybody a Post-it note before they went to lunch to see if they know. One example of what we did today, they stick it on the door. I kind of look at it during lunch and recess to see, all right, these 3 kids, I need to pull them tomorrow because they didn't quite grasp the concept, and we move on. So that's an overarching sort of level set of understanding of what we're talking about when we talk about things like screeners and diagnostics. And those are the 2 categories that Brian and I are going to talk about today.
Thanks, Kat. So I'm going to speak about iReady Math, the diagnostic data collected in the winter window for grades K through 5. But first I want to kind of acclimate everyone to more about that assessment. So it's administered to all elementary students 3 times a year. We say in the fall, winter, and spring. In reality, for grades 1 through 5, it's early in the first couple of weeks of the school year. In the winter, shortly after we get back from the holiday vacation in January, and then the spring is close to the end of the year to try to allow sort of the maximum amount of learning before we assess for the final time heading into the summer. We stagger the first 2 windows slightly for kindergarten, just in recognition of the fact that they're new to school and new to technology and new to just about everything. So their fall and winter windows are sort of staggered compared to the rest of the elementary school. At Pierce, for middle school students, we assess every student in the fall and the spring windows, and then only certain groups of students who we have greater reason for concern and the sort of built-in ability within the Pierce Bell schedule to assess one of the biggest challenges we've run into with iReady at the middle school, and this remains true year after year, is the amount of time it takes for students to complete the diagnostic and how that infringes on instructional time, which is so precious, which is why we eliminated the winter window a couple of years ago. And we also struggle sometimes with the validity of data with middle school students whose buy-in tends to be a little bit harder to acquire. iReady is taken on a Chromebook by students during the school day. The lower the grade, the less time it takes. Kindergarten first up to 2nd grade can be done in as short of amount of time as 30 to 40 minutes. We still encourage teachers to spread that out over multiple days and not just one sitting. Upper elementary closer to an hour, and as I sort of alluded to at the middle school, potentially over an hour. And as I describe kind of how the test works, it'll probably make more sense. The way iReady is designed is to adapt to the responses that students give with each question. So with multiple correct consecutive answers, the questions get harder with the intent of essentially getting a point at which they no longer recognize or understand the content of the question that they're seeing. Conversely, as students answer questions incorrectly, the subsequent items go younger in grade level alignment and easier theoretically to what the student should be able to answer. And so you end up with sort of this toggle back and forth between questions that are initially potentially way too hard to questions that are pathetically easy, and then sort of back and forth until the system has identified kind of that sweet spot. The data reports that we rely most heavily on in our work among leadership teams and classroom teachers and other service providers is the results after each diagnostic, which provide the overall scaled score and grade level placement, along with grade level placement in each of 4 standard aligned domain areas: number and operations, algebra and algebraic thinking. Those 2 are considered to be priority, as well as measurement and data and geometry. And some version of the results are shared now with all families after each administration, and certainly readily available and reviewed by both teachers and school and district leaders. Once we get to the winter and spring windows, we also get growth data, some of which we'll see today, which offers a comparison to the fall overall scaled score relative to the amount of typical growth that iReady expects each student to gain from the beginning to the end of the school year. And those growth reports are, again, a source of analysis for work with classroom teachers, service providers, and district administrators. Once a student completes the diagnostic on iReady, they're prescribed a pathway of interactive lessons based on their performance in each domain area that sort of has them navigate through a series of lessons known in the students to the students as My Path, and begins in the area, the domain area of highest need. And the goal is for each student, really K through 5, to complete approximately 2 to 3 lessons in a normal week and spend somewhere between 40 and 60 minutes doing so. So that gives some context about kind of where this data comes from, and I think where I'll sort of wrap up after we look at the data is to acknowledge that there are some limitations that we have to keep in mind as we look at any data source, but particularly with iReady. So if you can advance to the next slide here. This is one of a few slides that focus on overall placement for our elementary students. At the top from the fall administration, and at the bottom from the winter administration. And you can see sort of the color coding. The point that I want to try to make clear about this slide is that when we're talking about at the beginning of the year, we consider students that are placing one grade level below to not have necessarily any gaps. We sort of expect that placement because at the time they're taking it early in the school year, they haven't received much, if any, grade level instruction. So we wouldn't expect any demonstration of proficiency on the chronologic grade that they've just begun. As we move to the winter, obviously not just the red, but also sort of the placement into one grade level below now draws more of our concern and attention. And so this breaks down, the placement into each category and also the number of students spanning grades K through 5 that fall into each of these 5 placement categories. I thought it might be helpful on the next slide to kind of see where our winter data from this year compares to previous years. And so I pulled that from last year and the year prior, and it's remarkably consistent. We see that's just the best word I can use to describe it. The data from each of the past 3 winter diagnostic windows is remarkably consistent and similar. The next slide gives a chance to try to acclimate you to how growth is reported on in iReady. So there's actually 3 different visuals sort of embedded in this one slide. The part I want to address first is sort of in the bottom half of this slide. So one of the valuable lenses through which to look at iReady growth data, whether it be in the middle of the year or after the spring administration at the end of the year, is to see which students grew the most based on where they started. And so this breaks down for us the growth for each group of students based on their fall placement. And I just have to step back to explain what these percentages refer to, and that's really regardless of whether we're looking at any of the sort of 3 embedded images here. So I mentioned earlier that that iReady, through analysis of data for its millions of students that use the diagnostic assessment platform across the country, prescribes a certain number of overall scaled points that it expects a student to grow from when they take it for the first time in the fall to when they take it for the last time in the spring. And it assigns the name for that as typical growth. And annual reminds us that it's for the whole year, not just from the fall to the winter or the winter to the spring. So the hope and expectation is that every student attain their projected typical growth from fall to spring. And then it also assigns a stretch growth, which is intended specifically for students who are starting at the beginning of the year further below grade level and therefore have more room that they would need to grow in order to get closer to the goal of being on grade level by the end of the year. But it's sufficient, I think, for our purposes to focus on the typical growth information. And so when we talk about mid-year growth, we're basically saying that we would like to see whichever individual student or groups of students we look at to have attained at least 50% of their typical growth. That sort of feels reassuring that they're on track or on pace. And what we're seeing in the bottom half of this slide is that that's true of the average student in who placed one grade level below in the fall. It's beyond true for students who place 2 or 3 or more grade levels below in the fall. But it's not quite true of the average student who placed early on grade level or even mid or above grade level at the start of the year. And I wouldn't expect it to be the case for students who are already placing on grade level, nor would I be as concerned if students who are already testing on grade level in the fall and continue to do so in the winter may not necessarily be growing by half of the number of points that they're projected to get over the course of the year. Those students we usually see, as we'll look at the data from last year, tend to sort of make up for that growth by the spring. So this gives you a chance to kind of dig a little bit deeper into not just how did our students grow, but which ones grew more than others. There's one other data point, I know we're kind of in the weeds a little bit here, that I just want to draw your attention to and try to do my best to explain. And that is in the bottom row of this slide where it says 45% of students who are 3 or more grade levels below in the fall have already met the expected growth by winter that they would have been expected to attain over the whole year. So there is some definite improvement happening among what we would consider to be our, at least as far as iReady is concerned, our most concerning population of students. Now it's only 44 of whom we have this data from both the fall and the winter. So it's not, we're talking over 1,000, close to 2,000 students altogether. So I don't want to dwell there, but I'm hopefully in the process explaining a little bit about what you're looking at. If we move to the top half of the screen, the information gets a little bit less vivid. What I can tell you about the graphic in the upper left is that if we take all of the K-5 students who have a score from the fall and the winter, about a quarter of them grew less than 20% toward their typical growth, and another 21% already exceeded their typical growth. So we kind of have this skewed on either end mid-year data that, again, in looking at last year, we'll have some reassurance, I think, that that will right itself between now and the end of the year and the spring administration. And then the image on here that I debated about including at all, because it's sort of so unhelpful, is that the median student attained 53% toward their typical growth if we lined up those 2,000 kindergarten through 5th graders from least to most growth. So on target, but hardly, real insightful. If we move to the next slide, because I'm tired of talking about that one, we see kind of a full year's worth of data. Obviously not this year because we're only in March, but looking back, if you advance this slide, oh, I'm sorry, Mark, I moved you too far forward. The next slide, I'm sorry, is a comparison to 2023, 2024. So I spent a lot of time talking about this slide, and then the one that comes maybe before it instead of after it is the comparison to last year, so that you can, in the winter. So it's meant to be an apples to apples comparison, and I'm hesitant to bog down in that data.
Sorry, which slide is it?
I have it as...
Slide 8.
I have it as slide 8.
This one right here?
That's it right
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
No, this one.
Too much time on my hands, I guess.
But it still looks pretty consistent
Yes,
to this year.
exactly. There's a couple different, like, if we were in last year and we were looking at this data, I'd point out a couple of things that stood out to me, but that was my purpose for including it, is to show that we're pretty consistent. We already said in terms of performance from this winter to the previous 2 winters, I think in growth as well. And if we look now at the next slide, slide 9, this is performance at each of the 3 administrations last year. Part of my goal today is to try to use our time together to anticipate or project what the future likely holds. And because we have such consistency in our fall performance data from this year to last year and in our winter performance data from this year to last year, it stands to reason that our spring data will also be consistent. And when we look at last year's spring data, we see that 62% of our kindergarten through 5th grade students placed overall mid or above grade level, which is an impressive jump from the middle of the year to the end of the year, and another 19% whose overall placement was early on grade level. So the visual itself is aesthetically pleasing to see such a large chunk of dark green and light green, which isn't to in any way dismiss the fact that last year 341 students placed overall 1 grade level below, and another, combined 60 students just about finished more than that. So, but we're here to kind of look a little bit big picture, and that's a reassuring data point, as is the next slide, which shows those same graphics, but with regard to the growth last year from the fall of 2023 to the spring of 2024, where we see every data point showing growth in excess of the anticipated, and 64% of our students going beyond the projected data, or the projected growth. I'm sorry, I chose the wrong word there. All right. So one of the reasons that the slide deck has changed since it was originally shared with you is it was decided that to keep all of the subgroup data slides embedded in this portion had the potential to kind of draw this presentation out longer than it was intended for. So those slides have been migrated to the end of the slide deck. And I'm using this slide to summarize my interpretation of them, and with reference to slide numbers for your reference. So we continue to see our special education students and EL students perform below their peers. That story is told on slides 28 and 29. But as you advance to slides 30 through 33, I would say that there is some, I use the phrase modestly encouraging comparison measures from last year to this year, a trend that I hope to see continue when that analysis is conducted at the end of the year. By contrast, there's not, unfortunately, and I wish there was a stronger word I could use, much in the way of encouraging trends with respect to our Black African American iReady data. It remains deeply troubling and concerning, and that story is told in slides 34 through 37 for your reference. So each time we administer iReady, there's a analysis performed, there's an analysis of the results or the performance data, along with, in the case of the winter and the spring, the growth data with leadership teams in each of the elementary schools, as well as the middle school, just not in the winter. I'm often invited around that time to attend common planning time with grade level teams to review the teacher level data and recommend action steps to ensure that students are getting the most return on investment for the time that they're spending on MyPath lessons in between diagnostic windows. And then with respect to our math intervention team, we look specifically at what's called the instructional grouping report, which shows placement, not overall, which is the data lens through which we've been looking, but in 2 of the priority domain areas, the number and operations and algebra and algebraic thinking. So that work happens in between these presentations and after each administration. To summarize, this year's overall performance and growth is consistent, as we've said, with each of the past 2 years. There are, as has been noted, and not meant to be in any way overlooked, students who are demonstrating significant gaps and placing below grade level. And it's important, I think, in this group to acknowledge the limitations of a classroom teacher in being able to provide the level of intensive and targeted support that students in that reality need. Their responsibility first and foremost is to attending to grade level content, which isn't to say classroom teachers aren't armed with expertise and knowledge when it comes to helping to address small gaps among some students, but large gaps that's not a realistic solution, which is why I add the importance of continuing to develop a robust MTSS model that includes greater access to math intervention services. And then I'll conclude by, in my last slide here, just acknowledging the reality of the limitations in iReady data, period. It is just one data point. We talked about the experience that students have while they're taking it on a Chromebook. And this sort of toggling back and forth between questions that are intentionally too difficult and ones that are intentionally too easy is a otherwise pretty unnatural one for them. And one that requires a high level of attentiveness and perseverance and intentionality in order to ensure that the results are valid. In order for any iReady data to sort of be conclusive and actionable at the learning level, we have to go much deeper than the overall performance and growth data that we've looked at today. And then lastly, it's important to note that particularly within our Into Math curriculum in grades 1 through 5, grade level instruction is concentrated in certain areas. It's not, for those who are familiar with its predecessor, Everyday Math, which was sort of a spiraling curriculum. Into Math is very sort of concentrated in certain topics throughout the year. And that, as a result, hinders some of the growth data at the mid-year point, because students have to that point only received some grade level instruction and only in certain areas, which may be reflected in growth only in certain domains. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kat for
Great.
some DIBELS information.
Thank you. All right. So, DIBELS. DIBELS is the screener that we use here in Milton, along with thousands of other districts. It stands for Dynamic Indicators of Basic Early Learning Skills. And the big sort of takeaways from this to understand what that is it's a set of short, meaning 1-minute literacy tasks that vary in how many subtests are given by grade. And so we do more subtests earlier because there's more to screen and to monitor, and fewer as students get older, with the understanding and assumption that we identify any areas in need of intervention and support, and progress monitor only the students off of grade level for those subtests. The purpose is to provide educators with benchmarks for gauging the status and progress of all students. And another purpose is to monitor student progress. So both for students that are in intervention and those that are not, this can be used as a very short, quick measure that doesn't need to be done in completion during those in-between intervals. You know, if you have a student that you're wondering about a certain area or skill, you can pull them and do a quick 1-minute progress monitoring and keep it moving. So that is a brief overview. Another thing just to note is we do screen all students K to 5, though in kindergarten, much like iReady or any other data collection, we don't, we collect the data after the students have been here for a few weeks, and we use that as a baseline, but it's not really fair to share that or widely use that to dig, to really put our stake in the ground in those first few weeks of school, knowing that students are getting used to being in a school environment. So this is just a brief overview of why we use screeners. They're easily aggregated for efficient analysis. So unlike the iReady assessment, which is a diagnostic and goes over standards, this is more skill-driven, and it's meant to be quick and efficient so that we can quickly and generally aggregate students into certain groups, and again, not to keep them there, but to then know who do we need to follow up with to dig deeper, to get more information. This is not used in isolation. It is then followed up with to get different assessments to ensure that we're giving intervention to students that require it and not over-indexing in that area. All right. Screening data is used. The goal is to be able to distinguish the unique struggler from the population and understand and analyze the struggling reader's profile and context to drive more effective programming and support. So if we see that universally across the district, all students over the course of the year are not able to demonstrate mastery or understanding in a certain domain or skill, that would tell me it's a tier 1 problem. If it's very discrete and there's a small population, that's where we bring in the intervention. So what Brian was talking about with MTSS, really layering on interventions and not and using data to drive any changes to instruction or intervention. We want to be able to regularly answer what percentage or number of our students are at risk in each areas that we assess. How do these rates differ by grade level? What are our instructional strengths and weaknesses? And what are our priority issues? So these are always questions we're asking ourselves, especially in the intervention, in the reading team in our group. All right, this next slide kind of gets into the actual data. So this is an overview of the fall and winter composite scores for DIBELS this year. So a composite score doesn't indicate one particular subtest. It's a combined score from multiple DIBELS measures, providing a comprehensive estimate of a student's overall early literacy skills and or reading proficiency. So it is a general score. While we use composite scores, that is not the first score we look at when looking at this data. While it does sort of give you an overall estimate of students' reading success, when we're thinking about how we're using the data, which is to identify what students need, we want to make sure that we're grouping like students and that we're taking into account the weight of different subtests. So in other words, excuse me, if a second grader is doing great in everything but might not be grasping that comprehension just yet, in September, we'll say to ourselves, okay, they're doing great, they're going to get second grade reading skills, we're going to progress monitor them. But if they're still showing some deficiencies in, say, letter sounds or word decoding, we're going to say, okay, we're going to really get those foundational skills up to par so that we can see that progress in other areas. That's just an example. But I say that just so that we don't put too much stock in a composite score, but it is the best way to kind of look at trends when you're talking about such a big group of students. So as we look at these bar graphs, it shows that Our kindergarten students, as we would expect, are making huge gains. And in each of the other grades, we see either an uptick or a pretty steady plateau. And this is very consistent with previous years' progress. So you'll see that the blue are students that are above benchmark, the green at benchmark, yellow below, and then red well below. One other thing to note is that in grades 4 and 5, there are only 2 subtests. So this brings in a potential reason why we see less shifting at those grades over the course of a full year. And that's because they really just work with the comprehension assessment, which is it's called a maze assessment, and then an oral reading fluency. So we listen to students read and see how their pace and their rate is in accuracy. Okay. We can move to the next one. All right. This is just showing what last year's winter scores were and this year's winter scores. So I don't know that there's statistical significance to any of the differences in these, bless you, except for kindergarten, I will say, we see a bigger jump, and then in grade 5, we're seeing some more movement, but generally speaking, it's pretty consistent. I do want to note that the implementation of UFly this year in grades K1 and 2 could account for some of that extra growth. It's something that I wonder. We'll certainly dig into it, but it's a positive change nonetheless. All right, so we can continue. So this is the composite scores for the complete beginning, middle, and end of last year's data. Again, as we would expect to see, it goes, we see the blue getting bigger, we see the red getting smaller. In 5th grade, you know, we sometimes see that dip. I do wonder if it has to do with engagement in 5th grade. There's a lot going on. I don't know, that might not be it, but it's something, you know, that we consider when we look at when this is administered, much like the iReady. It's September, January, and June, though we have played around with it and done late May, but we don't want it to be too early, so we see that in 8th grade as well with the iReady. They're often tested out after MCAS and all that, so I don't know. Could be a factor, but something we look at. Right. If we go to the next slide, this is really where we spend most of our time, both with teachers and with interventionists and building administrators, is really looking at the subtests, because again, it's really specific to a grade level, and the skills that are listed here contribute to a student's overall reading profile. So, as I said, there are fewer tests in the upper grades. We're no longer screening universally for foundational skills, but when there is a flag or a student who has been in intervention, we continue progress monitoring them in those foundational skills to ensure that the universal application of mastery is being, you know, done on an ongoing basis. So those first 2, grades 1 to 5 take the subtest of oral reading fluency, and grades 2 to 5 take the maze reading comprehension. And that shows what those grade levels are specifically, how they're demonstrating competency in those areas, and this is from the fall of this year. Some of the more dramatic shifts that you'll see between this slide and the next are on that bottom row of subtests. Letter sounds, decoding, and word fluency, so those are very foundational skills. And you'll see that, I know it's a little weird, but Mark, if you could go to the next slide. If you look at the shift in color, if you just kind of go back and forth for a second, you can see that there's been enormous growth when it comes to those foundational skills, and that's very encouraging and really points to a strong implementation of the UFly at a Tier 1 level. And, you know, I just want to take a moment to just shout out all those teachers who are implementing it with fidelity and really sticking with it. They're amazing, and it's looking great in all the classrooms, so well done. And then this slide, though probably hard to see if you don't have a copy in front of you where you can zoom in, this is taking a look at subgroup growth from fall of this year to winter of this year. It categorizes it as average growth, so above average or below average growth from the fall to the winter. It shows the percentage of students in each of the growth categories determined by Dibble norms. Each student group, you can compare whether there's a high percentage of students meeting average or above growth. We use this data to make goals that we might want to see in the future, so identifying if we want to see 50% of a certain subgroup make average or above average growth. This is a new measurement that we haven't used in the past. In terms of using it as growth, we've looked at performance data, which can be different. But this is really showing that we have a pretty, I don't know, like 50-50 in a lot of cases, averaging for our growth. It'll be interesting to see what this looks like in the spring, to see if we're seeing, an increase in that. But it's certainly an important data point as we look to increase growth for all subgroups in the district.
Sorry, Kat, by 50-50, do you mean 50% above and well above?
Yeah.
And 50% average
Or
or
below,
average?
correct,
Okay,
yeah.
thanks.
Sorry about that. So similar to Brian, I'll go through what we do after data is collected. And in a similar way, we review the data with principals and classroom teachers. So Brian and I go together. It's helpful to do this together. We've worked hard this year to calibrate our approach to data analysis so it's more holistic, as well as our intervention approach so that it's a system rather than content specific, and we found it to be really effective. So we review that growth and performance data with school-based administrators and highlight the instructional groupings with supporting materials. So within the Amplify MClass platform, it will put students into instructional groupings. It's not, you can move them around. It's not, rigid in that way. But it then lists out some lessons, some, analog lessons that you can print out to work with small groups or to have students do in centers. We use consistent criteria across the district in reading to identify students that can be supported both in the classroom or with an interventionist. So we determine as a reading team, immediately after the window closes, we get together for about 3 hours. We sort the district spreadsheet into certain subtests that we know we're going to intervene with, so that we know that consistently across the district with the 4 elementary schools that we're identifying students that meet the same criteria. So it's the true definition of equity. It sometimes means that we need to shift interventionists to pick up a class at a different school, but we try to do so maximizing their time with students. We've been able to do that consistently. And then, of course, we communicate with families both the results of the screener and next steps. So if your student is scoring below or well below in a certain subtest, we will identify, either they're going to continue on their IEP with their service provider liaison, or they're going to continue working with the EL teacher, or they're going to work with a reading interventionist at that grade level. And similarly to math, reading interventionists really not only work with students and target these skills, they work with teachers a lot of the time and talk about ways in which they can replicate those supports in a classroom, strengthening our approach at MTSS. And I think that it's an invaluable skill and a really important part of our team here in Milton. And then some conclusions. So keeping in mind that this, going kind of hearkening back to the first slide about the varied ways in which we assess students, this is really one way. It's a screener. It takes 7 minutes for each student. It is meant to be quick, so we can kind of have a way to one-on-one assess students in their literacy, but also do so not at the detriment of their school day. But it is one part of their learner profile. But we do follow up with other assessments to ensure that that was a true reflection of a student's abilities. It's used in combination with developmentally appropriate classroom assessments to triangulate the data and create a balanced learner profile. And as I said earlier, it's part of our robust MTSS process, ever growing, and really complements a strong Tier 1. Higher levels of growth and foundational skills. Yeah, so that was something I wanted to highlight again. The UFly implementation, we've seen just really, really great growth and excitement in students that are able to tackle some of those foundational skills in ways they weren't before. And students with disabilities, English learners, and our Black African American data remain to be areas of concern where we are looking to ensure that the growth and performance rates meet those of the aggregate data.
Thus concludes our brief
Are very
presentation.
content light.
Yeah, I know.
Do you have any
We
questions?
shortened it.
I would just like to say I thank you so much for all the work you put into this, and I know that even as of today, you were revising those slides, trying to focus really in on answering as many questions as you had and having resources for the school committee members to look at in the future. And I'm happy to answer any questions if they come up at a later point too, as are Kat and Brian.
I have some questions.
Yeah, sure.
Because the data we see is only focused on elementary schools. Do we have any data for middle and high school? Because even for DIBELS, we don't assess after after 5th grade. But for math, right, the iReady, it seems like middle school and at least for middle school level, we still do that assessment. Do we have data for the middle school grades?
So we do iReady both in reading and math at the middle school.
Okay.
The high school does not have a generalized assessment, but we do use iReady with certain students to progress monitor.
Yeah, more as an intervention tool. I mean, for a very small percentage of our high school students who are showing signs of potentially being significantly below grade level, and helps sort of figure out and customize the best way forward for them. This presentation, if it were done at the end of the year, would include some of the same opportunities for comparison between fall and spring for our middle school students, both in math and reading, but to include fall data at this point in time from 6th through 8th graders, I think would have been too outdated to feel like we were using your time well.
I have a few other questions that I would like to have clarifications for my understanding. Regarding I remember you mentioned something about the first and the kindergarten and the first grade, they don't do the fall assessment because they need to know how to use those softwares. So you would do that staggering up with the winter assessment. So when do the kindergartens and first graders do their assessments? Like which month would that be?
I'm glad you asked. So to clarify, it's just kindergarten that
Just
we do that
kindergarten,
with.
okay.
So everyone else, 1st through 8th grade tests in the month of September. We sort of offer, I would say our elementary data is generally collected a little bit earlier than at the middle school, but I'll just, for the sake of answering your question, say that happens in September. Kindergarten doesn't test for the first time until just after, like the beginning of November, sort of that period of time before Thanksgiving.
Got it.
And then the winter window for grades 1 through 5 opens shortly after we come back in the new year in January. And for kindergarten, it was the 2 weeks leading into February vacation, so not that much different. And all the data that you saw included kindergarten, so the window was sort of that I grabbed those, the data from was just widened to make sure that all K through 5 students were included.
Got it. You also mentioned about the multiple day testing instead of one sitting. You recommend teachers to do it on multiple days. I also noticed that some of the the testings, actually for all the grade levels, is not 100% student participated? Is it due to maybe some student might be absent on one of those testing days, so the data is not utilizing?
So usually we try to be flexible enough with the window to capture data for all students or as many as possible. In order to have growth data, we need both a fall and a winter within the window that the capture was taken. So, I mean, there aren't as many students new to Milton Public Schools during the school year as are missing as far as data points, but those are examples of students that might have come in and been tested when they came in, but their data is not reflected in what was taken there. It does occasionally happen, and less so at the elementary school because the day's a little bit more flexible, where a student will begin the diagnostic at the normal expected time, and then for extenuating circumstances be unable to complete it during the 21-day window that they have to complete it, at which point the diagnostic automatically resets. And by that point, they either, the sort of choice is either made with consultation to start over again, which might mean that their data is not captured, or depending on what the circumstances were, maybe forego that administration and wait until the next chance to collect that data point. So it's not, we don't get everyone, but we try to set it up in such a way that we're assessing as many students as possible in the intended time frame.
Got it. And you also mentioned about the new math curriculum is into math, and you
Yes.
say it's more focused on specific areas of math, and compared to the old curriculum we use is more spiral sequence.
Correct.
Is there a reason why we switched to this new curriculum? That's the first question. And second of all, do you see the benefit of the new curriculum, and or maybe the comparison of the new curriculum result with the old curriculum results? Which one is more effective, and should we stay with the new curriculum?
So we don't have iReady data that goes far enough back to give us the ability to compare the everyday math that we were using for many years before I came into my role and into this district, which was 2019. I think it's okay to draw a comparison to where we were in math at that time with where I think we may be right now with ELA, which is that we had analysis of curriculum for alignment is done both at the state and the national level. And when that analysis was conducted of the curriculum that we were using at that time, everyday math, it was found to be out of compliance is the wrong phrase. It was not rated well for its alignment to standards, to the Common Core state standards, which is essentially what the Massachusetts math frameworks are based on. So I arrived at a point in time where it was widely understood that we would need to move away from everyday math and towards something different in a relatively timely manner. We were delayed by a year because of the pandemic. We couldn't implement a new curriculum in fall of 21, which was maybe what the original timeline would have been if not for what those 2 school years preceding it ended up looking like. But it was very evident at that time that we needed to undergo a thorough curriculum review and analysis, and had the benefit of a number of newer, more, I guess, highly rated or better aligned resources available. And so we went through a pretty thorough and robust process to lead to where we are now. Which is at the elementary level, actually, with two different core curricular resources in place, Bridges in Mathematics in pre-K and K, and then, as I mentioned, into math in grade 1 through 5. So we didn't replace everyday math because it happened to be spiral in its design. We replaced it because it wasn't well aligned to standards.
I see.
And it so happens that what we replaced it with, and this is not as true for Bridges, and why I didn't mention it for kindergarten, where there is there is greater integration of topics throughout the school year and the design of the curriculum and into math, which holds true for the curriculum that we use at both the middle and high school as well. Topics are pretty concentrated. They're taught to mastery within the sort of units that it's organized in that way. I don't know if I'm describing it clearly enough.
Like algebra is algebra, geometry is geometry.
Yes.
And
Yep. So exactly. So the Into Math curriculum is designed in such a way that they're called modules. Basically, modules address a specific standard or topic, and then a few modules combined together to make a unit that all has a similar theme, targets similar and related and interconnected skills. But as an example, in third grade, a lot of the instruction that happens from between the fall and the winter diagnostic is in understanding multiplication and then division. There are a lot of other topics that are taught during the second half of the year in third grade, including the introduction of fractions and understanding what fractions are and how to work with them. So students taking the iReady, third graders taking the iReady in the winter, in early January, have not received any instruction on fractions, but are very likely to encounter questions on the diagnostic about fractions, which we wouldn't expect them to answer, but that would sort of hinder their ability to place very high within the domain that fractions fall into. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I don't know that would have been any different with everyday math if we would have seen some of those domain sub-scores in the winter jump more. I wouldn't have been a reason to keep it, but it's possible.
How high can, oh, not sure if this is a question.
I love how you started.
How are students are put into different math class in middle and high school? Is it depends on, like, at least from kindergarten to fifth grade, we have these monitors and we can see the track that they are going on, right? We know that by the end of this school year, they should meet all these benchmarks. And then, but in middle and high school, as you said, like, is math is based on different area. So what are the tracks for the math? Like, how do students advance from, for example, algebra 1 to algebra 2 to geometry, or is that a different way that you can choose different math classes until the senior year you can get like AP math or calculus classes?
So I know,
Yeah.
so I just want to point out that is a great question, and I think it also kind of like goes a little bit beyond the scope of this. So I'm just like, because we could have a whole conversation about that unto itself, the course placement and whatnot. So maybe just.
I think I'll do my best to answer it concisely. Sure.
Sorry.
So I don't think of what happens in math in 6th through 8th grade to be markedly different than what happens in K through 5, other than that they only have a teacher for that subject area, and then when it's time for literacy, they go into a different room with a different teacher. But the same idea holds in middle school of this sort of integration of topics, standard aligned instruction, and heterogeneously grouped students all the way up through 8th grade. And then at the high school level is where different opportunities for advancement of learning are first introduced, both in terms of how classes are coded as honors college prep versus AP. And it's really hard to kind of go much deeper than that without kind of sharing the visual graphic that shows what math pathways are available to our Milton High School students, which I'd be happy to share.
I emailed you a copy.
Okay.
It's on the high school course of study page.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah.
No, I have that file, but how do you know that after you take Algebra 1 in ninth grade, you can take Algebra 2 in 10th grade, and then like things like that, like the different sequence that you can take, all those classes?
Like how do students know?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That's
And last question.
Okay, because then I want to make sure other people can ask questions, and we have to move on
Yes.
to the budget too.
My last question would be, how do you know the students of English learners is lacking the language skills to read the prompts of the math problem comparing to, or the English problem comparing to having the math calculation skills that they are lacking? So how do you know which one is?
It's a great question. I'm glad you got that one in. We don't know. I mean, iReady is only available for students to take in English. It's available for them regardless of what grade level they're in to hear the problems or the prompts read aloud through, in the system. But for our EL population and our students with disabilities, it's impossible to decipher from their results what is the cause of any gaps that their results imply.
I see.
Which is why we shouldn't be particularly surprised by what we see in those results for those two subgroups.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Can I ask a related question? So for the conclusions, and it came out about DIBELS data as well as the iReady, excuse me, underperformance for students with disabilities, Black and African American students. And so the note is that data remains an area of concern. And I guess the question is, like, what are we doing around that? Because I know that this is an ongoing concern. And is there research being done? Is there a group? Is there, like, what are the action items around that?
Yeah, so it's a great question, and one that is being asked on a national level and a local level, and I think I've been here for almost 15 years. I think it's been pretty consistent. It's really complicated and involves a lot of layers that have nothing to do with literacy and math. And I think it's something that, we would need to change a lot of things in order to dig into, like, what that is, and we haven't done that. But it would be a great thing to discuss, I think, at the district level. I don't know if you agree or see something different.
I can add just a little, too.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we understand that, and looking at our MCAS data, we had the same issues identified, and one of the things that we're really working on is developing an MTSS structure that addresses multiple areas of a student's development, not just their academic performance, but supporting them with social, emotional, and other needs that they may present. And, continuing to work on the Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. Today's presentation was really focused on how are we looking at data for students at the Tier 1 level in our curriculum, but designing specific instructional groups that look at students. And I have to say, Kat and Brian, having worked other places, really work to have some fluid groupings between students when we do different testing. We are using sort of what we would say is state-of-the-art decision-making in terms of the groupings of students, so we need to look broader, have a multidisciplinary team, design interventions to help and support them. It's, as Kat said, extraordinarily complicated.
I guess and I appreciate that, and I appreciate your answer. It's just the question comes up every year.
Absolutely.
And the data doesn't change and the answer is the same. And so if there's information that we don't have or conversations that we're not having, why what can we do to change that? Because it just is really disheartening to not see anything change. And I think the work is amazing, and I think like all of the the screeners, having more earlier dyslexia screeners, all of those things are important. But if we're still not impacting a level that's consistently been an issue, I don't know what we're doing. So I just think it's something that really needs greater attention and like a concerted effort and a plan. And I just don't feel like we have one yet.
So I think just to piggyback on Kat's response, that plan has got to be made with systems in mind. This is not a reflection of instruction in a classroom.
Yeah.
We can actually look more intentionally at our EL and our special education subgroups and assess the design of instruction that's happening there. But it's a lot harder to do with, our Black African American student population, because nowhere in any of our classrooms are teachers instructing differently based on the race of the student in front of them. So we can't trace it to curriculum or pedagogy. So we have no choice, if we're really interested in fixing it, but to look at something outside of that. I can say I want to live to 100, but a lot of choices I'm making right now are not likely to make that a reality. If we're serious about changing this recurrence of stagnated data with this particular population, we can't just keep talking about it. We have to change systems.
And I think there's, some appetite around that. So I think it would be a great place to start that conversation and pull in a group.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'll jump in here. I can continue to agree with that statement, and that that is an urgently pressing issue kind of within our district of, what are I guess the question I'd say is what is the new strategy in which we have looked to implement in terms of how we are utilizing our small group instruction, things like that. The breakdown of African American students and others is really also a breakdown within our K-5 schools, right? Of Tucker and the other schools, we know the demographic breakdown across kind of those school buildings, and we know that Tucker has historically seen lower performance amongst its student population than the other schools. We are a small town. We should be able to kind of direct resources into the places that is most needed. We know that is the place right now, at least amongst the K-5s, where that is most needed from a school system perspective. So I guess the question I have is, what new strategies or resources have we pushed into that facility or towards those teaching staff to support them with the fact that they are receiving students who last year were behind grade level, we knew that last year, or therefore now behind grade level again. We're seeing the data, and that's a compounding, a negative flywheel effect, right, of just compounding the impacts. So in my mind, the only way to address underperformance, academic underperformance, is more time on instruction, more intensive supports, smaller group pullouts, conferencing, whatever it might be. So I guess the question is what new kind of strategies or resources have we pushed kind of towards that site?
So I think to Brian's point, our systems and structures have remained the same. So in that light, there is not a new approach. In terms of curriculum and intervention, as described, we look at the district as a whole and sort by need. And so equitably, they're getting more, say, per number. The population is smaller, but it's getting more support, so the percentage is higher. But the approach district-wide has not, the system is still the same, if that makes sense. The equitable distribution of support is there. So it's not like we're putting one staff member in each building. We're seeing who needs what where with the same metric so that the students who need the support get it. I just keep, going back to that sort of definition of insanity of like doing the same thing and expecting different results.
Yeah.
So I think it just points back to that point about maybe zooming out with at a different time with a different group to ask some of those questions too.
I don't want to let an opportunity pass without recognizing the job that Principal Hogue has done so far in her first 9 months in that role as principal at Tucker. I've been in that building by her invitation to meet with teachers and try to combat the trends that we see, maybe more than in the previous 4 or 5 years combined. And that's kind of how this works, is that principals drive instruction in their building. They identify the areas that they want their staff focused on, and then they tap into people like Kat and I to help make those actionable changes. But she's inherited the staff that she has, which is great, but also has some inexperience in it. And I think, again, if you're looking for answers, if that's the area of student need that's the greatest, it seems that we should deploy our staff with the greatest skill level and experience to it. So again, we can sort of talk about what Kat and I are doing, and that might show itself in the margins. But that's an example of a system that has not really been, to my knowledge, explored or considered or done to really prioritize the population of students in that building.
I have some other questions, Mike. Just a quick question for you, Kat, on a different question. What is the what does the diagnostic assessment for ELA, or do we have one that is aligned to kind of state standards to let us know where kids are performing in that?
So we do have curriculum embedded assessments through Reach for Reading that are standards aligned that teachers use. It's not something we would report out on because, unlike math, those discrete skills look really different in reading. It's really very much similar standards every year, just increasing with complexity in terms of where we're applying those to different texts. But we do use them, yes. They're part of a student's unit assessments are aligned to the standards, which then are aligned to the report cards. So teachers use those.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Do you find those to be predictive of like performance on are those well enough aligned for kind of MCAS performance? Because I know for iReady math,
it
right,
is.
the mid above is pretty well aligned with how kids will do on the MCAS.
I would not say at this moment that they're predictive.
Okay. There's a couple other ones. The middle school math, like we test in the fall, we test in the spring. What do you see as the benefit of like what we get out instructionally from the spring test, given the kind of gap between the two assessments and the fact that we have a summative assessment kind of at that same time, I assume, and at the end of the year, and like what's the thinking around those two benchmarks within the iReady, and how does that inform kind of instruction within the school year, which is essentially kind of the areas between?
Yeah, I would say the jury's still out. I mean, I think I feel very confident in saying that the data, and more importantly, sort of the platform itself, provides a learning opportunity and experience for our elementary students that is extremely valuable. At the middle school level, a couple of things I mentioned earlier, including sort of the greater difficulty in getting student buy-in when taking the diagnostic. The fact that the instructional side of the platform, which I think, as I am hopefully conveying clearly, offers a lot of value when it comes to particularly closing gaps in certain areas for our elementary students, has not proven to have the same impact with middle school age students. And so the question you're asking is essentially like, is that even worth doing just once in the fall and once again in the spring? I don't know. It may not be. I'm hoping that the promises that iReady has been making about gearing their product separately to middle school students has some promise. I'm also hoping that sort of a similar design and style of assessment that embeds to the Amplify Desmos curriculum that we're using might offer actually a better option at the middle school level than iReady. That wouldn't, moving to that wouldn't be without some reservation, because there is something nice about cohesiveness, at least between the elementary and middle school levels. But I think as far as our priority, I think our priority should be on what drives instruction in the classroom, and I'd be hard pressed to stand in front of you or sit in front of you and say that that's the case right now with iReady at Pierce. So I think if there's something that would do that better, that is embedded into the Tier 1 curriculum that we use, that we should strongly consider moving to it. That's not yet available as the case, but what we're looking very closely at for potentially as early as this fall.
Yeah, okay, yeah, totally agree with the point of it's got to drive instruction, otherwise what are we doing here? So great, appreciate that. I guess just one other question, I appreciate it, Lizzie. The annual typical growth rates and things, and then the stretch growth rates for iReady math. Where, for the students who are 2 grade levels below or 3+ grade levels below, where would if they get to 100% of kind of typical growth within a year, where does that get them? And then, like, I'd assume it doesn't get them to grade level, so I assume the stretch goal is kind of the thing that gets you close to the grade level, and I guess maybe it varies on the kid and how far off they are. But I guess the more question is, like, for those kids in particular where we actually need them to grow at a faster rate than the other kids, do we have goals around how much of the stretch goal they need to get on kind of an annual basis in order to help catch them up by the end of 5th grade?
It's a great question. There is some correlation available there. The stretch growth, if typical growth gains you the expected year or so of overall placement, the stretch growth doesn't do more than 2, but somewhere in between there. So you're right, if you want to use, say, a 3rd grader as an example, whose placement, and again, it's an overall placement that's at the kindergarten level likely means that that student is multiple grade levels below in each area. We put far less emphasis on gaps that show up on a diagnostic and measurement and data and geometry for a couple of reasons. One is those don't tend to be gaps in that sort of specific area that are prohibitive of accessing grade level content the way it would in one of the other domains. But a student that far below overall is almost certainly at least a couple of grade levels below in each area. So the intention of the additional intervention is to really address the gaps as they exist in those priority domain areas. The other thing I'll say is that we've seen sort of a loss in the validity of results when you get to gaps that are that wide. When you have students that are placing multiple grade levels below, it's a little bit hard to have as much faith in those, the specifics of those results. They're bringing some of that like discouraged experience into the test itself, which is harming their performance. Which again isn't to dismiss it, but iReady's sweet spot are students that are within at most 2 grade levels, and better yet 1 grade level in any particular area. Those gaps can be closed pretty effectively just by attaining the typical growth. So the students that we're talking about often getting a heavily modified curriculum with a lot of prerequisite reinforcement in a tier 3 setting, often by a special educator, less often by a math interventionist. The measure of success for those students is not always tied to their iReady performance. That makes sense?
Yeah, that does make sense.
Okay.
Last thing is not a question, but more a comment. First, I really appreciate you coming in and letting us talk about instruction and not budget for a little bit, as much as we're going to need to talk about budget. Really appreciate that. And I guess this is maybe more for y'all, but I still think we talked about this in the fall. But for me, having a sense of like, what are some benchmark goals that we're actually looking at as it relates to these iReady, like winter performance, right? We have fairly consistent data over the past 3 years, and so maybe we say this benchmark is kind of what we're trying to hit, because this will get us to 70% mid or above grade level, which means about 70% of our students will be meeting or exceeding expectation on MCAS. Like that, something like that is just, I think, goal setting for ourselves to say this is where we're trying to get, this is why, this is what it means for us as a district. 70% would put us in the top 10% of the state in MCAS, like those types of things.
Yeah.
To me, would help drive the conversation and help us like have a North Star as we have the conversations.
I think that's a great point, and like wondering if that's something, given sort of what we're preparing for here, if that's work that could happen this spring, to sort of not wait to have that conversation, not that it's, just to.
Yeah, I mean, what we had been talking about, I don't know where that stands right now, but, looking at key performance indicators, so I think it's kind of the same thing, Mark, that you're talking about in terms of looking at the work that we're engaged in, the systems work that you both are talking about, that we've articulated in the implementation plan around instructional framework, assessment system, all those things, right, that we can't just keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect to put more staffing into place and that's just going to fix everything, right? So we had talked about developing this year for end of year a set of those key performance indicators to then have those be the benchmarks year after year so that those things don't change, but they're also tied to the work that we're doing. So there's not a disconnect where we're looking at data here and then we're talking about all the work we're doing over here, that those two things are aligned together and they're informing each other as we're moving forward. So that is work that needs to happen. I think that there's a lot of pieces kind of on the table right now, and I think honestly, like the conversation now in terms of kind of where we are and in this transition right now is figuring out how to pick up some of those pieces on the table, use them to the best effect, and then have next year not be a year of stasis, but a year where we can kind of continue to develop some of these systems pieces, maybe not at the scale that we want to, but to move that forward.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If you have other questions, just email us.
Thank you very much. for
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck
Thank
with
you.
the rest of your
time and
night.
your thoughtfulness around
I
all
think
this.
that's it, right? Isn't
Yeah.
it?
So
This is far more interesting.
I think it does. I think, and thank you all. Thank you for the great questions that you asked. I think it does sort of show how much the committee benefits from having that opportunity to sort of really make connections and ask questions and get informed. So, yeah, the idea of having this become a more routine, like, feature of the ongoing learning of the school committee in order to inform decisions, I think makes a lot of sense.
So you want them back once a month?
Well, as you can see, we
have a lot to say.
Right. It's really helpful, and I just thank you both so much, and I want to.
Did we stand up too soon?
I know.
No. All I want to say before we do move on, because we do have to get to some additional topics, I want to just take the chance to shout out you, Dr. Watts, because I think we all recognize that you've been in this role of Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum Instruction in a part-time capacity, but it seems like you're always here when I'm here. So I think that you've been doing a lot behind the scenes to keep things moving forward, and just want to appreciate you for that, because
thank you.
I know that
They're an amazing curriculum team. They really are, and experts in their, in their domains. So I appreciate working with them. I really do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so we do have, whoever thought we were finishing at 9, I can't remember who that was not accurate. I would like to move efficiently through the remaining items and under the chair's report so that we spend the rest of the bulk of our time on the finance. So we do have a couple of important topics to kind of update and move through, but let's just try to stay pretty focused on these. The first one is straightforward because this is just an announcement essentially that will be shared with the community in the upcoming emails and whatnot, and there will be more information shared. But this is just to sort of announce that we've worked in the past this week to schedule some of these information sessions about the budget for the community. Those are going to take place, 4 of them, March 26th, so a week from tonight, at 6 p.m. in the Pierce Library, April 1st at 8:30 a.m. in the Collycott Cunningham Library, or actually the cafeteria over there. April 1st, 6 p.m. on Zoom. April 7th, 6:30 p.m., Milton High School Library. I acknowledge that with scheduling logistics, we haven't been able to build these around the availability of all school committee members. So this is going to be the kind of thing that, like, if you can come to 1, 2, like however many you can come to, that will be great. If you aren't able to come, that's okay. I think as long as we have a handful of school committee members present, and Mark and I are available to be present, as well as Katie and Peter, who will drive, I think the format will just be a short presentation that will be, so these will be the same session essentially, repeated 4 times. And the goal is to simply just really share the information about where we are as we're looking to FY26 with the budget. Short presentation, these will be 1 hour, up to 1 hour, with the opportunity to just provide clarification to the information that is shared. And members of the community should feel invited to come to, which obviously we're not having them at every school building. So anybody is welcome to attend any of the date and time that works for you, regardless of what building you might be attending. And then of course the one on Zoom is intended to be for anybody in the community. So does anyone have any questions on these? We will be needing to get calendar invites, hopefully, maybe tomorrow, so that if we're available, we can attend those. And more information is coming about that. On the, let's see, next, so we talked about already the interim superintendent search process. The next item is the school year 25-26 calendar for next school year. So this is where we and I don't know if you want to update on the policy subcommittee meeting discussion that we had, but we are sort of moving toward being able to share the approved calendar with the community, which is something that we're wanting to do.
Yes, I can definitely, do you want to kind of set up how we got to, I mean, obviously, if the calendar is going to be published this week, hopefully.
Yeah.
We had some things that we needed to work through. I don't know if you wanted to share some of that.
Yeah, so as folks will recall, we had a very lengthy, involved conversation over many months regarding the calendar. And we got input from the community. We've settled on an approach that would set aside 2 days every academic year to acknowledge 5 identified religious and cultural holidays, sort of on a rotational basis. It will become more clear when we're looking at the calendar itself, but that's a decision that we came to a couple of months ago now. And so one update is that we have sort of realized in taking the step back and assessing sort of timeline with our collective bargaining and whatnot, which is impacted by the budget override conversation, and there are many sort of factors that we are going to, for next year, keep the 2 holidays that we have had currently and historically in our calendar. That's Yom Kippur and Good Friday. We are going to continue with those 2 next year for sort of the first year of this new approach. And we will then, in the subsequent years, begin to acknowledge the additional holidays that have been identified for us, Eid, Diwali, and Lunar New Year. And so that explains sort of how we are ending up with a calendar for next year that actually looks very similar to this year. This is in having taken into account feedback from the community that was clearly letting us know we were not interested in lengthening the school year in order to accommodate additional days off. So we heard that feedback, and that's how we ended up in this situation, as we were trying to also be more inclusive of our community and people who celebrate holidays, observe different religions and cultural observances here. So that's a summary of how we got here, and the calendar that we have here represents that, and the part you can see added is what we sort of generated in the policy discussion, which kind of tries to capture the approach that we've adopted as a school committee. So anything else?
No, and I think in terms of also taking in like the feedback from like, you know, how many days off in a month and so on and so forth, and just kind of spreading it out and offering some consistency on when the half days fall and so on and so forth, just so that families have, there's less confusion in terms of like, you know, how it changes from month to month, and just really just looking at that holistically to spread things out as much as we can. So there are obviously some limitations, but we did that, and then obviously having just the same format as last year, listing all the holidays. We also talked about including what one of the other districts that we looked at, including you know, more holidays, maybe perhaps with a description of what they mean, just as, you know, as conversation starter for families at home and so on and so forth, just to kind of talk about it, just as a starting point. We also, you know, we're going to continue to work to see, like, you know, in addition, we talked about like what we could do within the school community to kind of recognize these different holidays and you know, cultural days, and support our students and make sure that they feel seen in our community, in our district. So it's a good conversation,
And we'll be working with Dr. Shavers to develop some of that process and information that will be shared. And we can continue to work on that sort of appendix, I think, of it. I know we had seen Franklin was one example that we found that was appealing, so that can continue. What we need to do now is just publish this one pager of the actual calendar itself, so that people are able to make plans around the dates. So, yeah. Any questions or comments on this?
No, I think it does address, I know that we had talked about sort of the ambiguity or confusion for families around which holidays when, and I think this calendar addresses that clearly, that folks can look ahead beyond the present, you know, year, to sort of think about what holidays will be observed on the following. So I think it addresses that. So it gives families the heads up. So I think it's great.
And it does say anticipated there, so it will remain the case that each year the school committee with the administration looks at the calendar and kind of confirms what the actual dates are going to be for the following year, but we're trying to provide a guide, a roadmap really for our colleagues in the future to sort of follow to stay true to this.
Yep, and
this
also
approach.
develop a policy and procedure around how to go ahead addressing that or looking at it in the future, just so there's some guidance.
Yeah, that's something that we talked about. We'll keep working on. All right. Well, thank you all for that. The last part under my report, and thank you, Anna, for that.
Do we need a motion?
Oh, I think there's a motion.
You have a
Sorry.
motion, but
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, to formally
Yeah.
adopt this calendar
Mhm.
with these changes? Okay,
Yeah.
sorry to skip over that.
So I can make a motion to approve the revised SY 25-26 school year calendar as edited for FY 25-26. Religious holidays observed will be Yom Kippur on Thursday, October 2nd, 2025, and Good Friday, Friday, April 3rd, 2026.
Second?
All in favor?
Thank you. So the next topic is about revisiting this question of recording subcommittee meetings. This has been sort of raised by members of this committee as well as folks in the community. We did discuss this at length in the fall and considered whether to adopt a practice of recording our subcommittee meetings. We ultimately chose not to do that. And this is in the context of the town having chosen not to move forward with requiring subcommittees to be recorded in the same way that elected boards and committees are recorded or required to be recorded. So that was sort of the context of that conversation. And then I think we all have recognized that, in particular with our finance subcommittee meetings, and I'd just like to shout out our finance subcommittee. There have been a lot of meetings, and it's good, and all of our meetings are open meetings. And I think it's been brought back as a question for us to consider, in light of where we are now and what we've learned through this process of this budget cycle. Do we want to reconsider the question of recording our subcommittee meetings? This is here as an overarching question of subcommittees in general. Even though I think what we've really been thinking about a lot is obviously our finance subcommittee meetings, where there's a lot of important information. And so I guess I'll open up the conversation about this.
Well, I can go first since I had emailed you about adding this to our agenda. I know there have been a lot of concerns in the last couple of months, especially about having access to recorded meetings. I know it's 8 a.m. Mondays and Wednesdays is not ideal time for families with, drop-offs, school drop-offs, and so on and so forth. So I also have to say I really appreciate having the meetings cross-posted and being able to attend, because I do think really improving our checks and balances and our process on how we kind of look through and double check everything and make sure and ask the questions and have the opportunity for all of our members. And this is, again, why it's so great to have 6 of us on this board from different backgrounds to be able to ask those questions and kind of learn from each other. A question that, Amanda might ask, I might have a follow-up on that. Oh, this made me think of that. So having that opportunity, and I think, when we get updates, as detailed as Mark's updates are, sometimes like a lot of those conversations don't necessarily make it to the table here, and I think those conversations are really important. And I think just like our meetings from last week, there were concerns over, cutting athletics. And I think it's just important to kind of, for the community to see those discussions that we're learning, and each of us bring different, our perspective on those. And I think we kind of learned from that how important, something like that could impact the district. So I'm glad that we finally came to that consensus. And obviously we'll get that. So I think just, it's really, really important, I think, just the experience that we've gone through in the last couple of months, and just how to be better. I think recording finance, I mean, happy to record policy meetings, but they're really not as engaging. I mean, they could be maybe, but the finance one is really, really important, especially where we are, majority of the town's budget. So I think it's a great way to be transparent and upfront, and having people have access to those and email us if they pick up on something that we were discussing, and it really just helps our process better, and I think we can all be better. So I'm definitely for, recording those meetings.
Anyone else? I mean,
I think last week was a great example as to why. I mean, at least the Finance Committee meeting in particular, I've changed sort of my perspective, should be recorded, because I think if folks had been in the room, they would have been able to, or had access to a recording to see the full conversation, because a piece of information was shared that then just spiraled, and not recognizing that it was a very complex and hard conversation, and we were engaging in an exercise that we just needed to look at consider every option, but we hadn't made a decision. And I think the recording would have helped. If someone, they had the time to sit through the conversation. So I would say that at least definitely the Finance Committee, but I could argue that if we're going to do finance, we could also just do it across the board, to just, treat every committee with the level of importance that we merit.
yeah, I agree with that. I think I still see the reasons why I didn't support this when it was a more abstract question, or a more, I would say, principled question in the fall. I continue to, just acknowledge that us taking this decision inherently, I think, raises a question about our colleagues on other boards in town. And as a citizen, I would then wonder, well, why would the, subcommittees of one of our elected boards be recorded and others are not? So I think that's a fair question, and I think I did hesitate to just sort of like step forward on that without consultation, or certainly like outside of the decisions of town meeting. However, for the reasons that you've shared, I think my hesitations on that are outweighed by the practical benefits of doing this. I do raise that, it's particularly when we're talking about hybrid meetings or Zoom meetings, it's much easier because the Zoom is recording the meeting. I do want to just flag the change in a habit and a practice that it will require for in-person meetings to figure out the use of the OWL. We know already, Milton Access TV does not have capacity to support us with technology and recording for our subcommittee meetings. That was another factor we weighed last fall. And so this would be essentially up to us to like learn the technology and then do it consistently. Because if we've said that we're going to record these subcommittee meetings, I just sort of, my mind flashes to a policy subcommittee meeting where we kind of just came in rushing from work and we sit down and we just kind of call to order and start the meeting, and then we realize, oh no, nobody remembered to hit the owl. And all of a sudden we're out of compliance with our own decision. So I think this is it's not just like a flip to switch necessarily. And so I just acknowledge that, and we can work it out as we go. And again, I think the pros outweigh the cons, but it's not just like totally easy and smooth per se. We'll just have to work at it. So that's kind of what I think.
Could in the interim, could we agree that, I mean, if this is where we're going, that we're agreeing that we record the subcommittee meetings, recognizing right now that finance is the one that's sort of top of mind for everybody. Is it possible to have it always be hybrid so that we at least then people can participate by Zoom and we're recording it, so that's sort of the default recording, if you think that works, and then work through the process for knowing that we're going to, but work through the process for the other ones. Just, I think it also just allows people to attend in the moment, attend the meeting if they want to, and just am I making things harder, Mark?
No, we've already posted, the next two finance meetings are already posted for that exact reason, hybrid, because that's just the easiest way to record the meetings. And folks can access it. It's already going to be recorded to the cloud automatically. We can post it. It is no challenge. The only issue is like just remembering to screen share, and that we get connected to the camera that gives within the recording a decent view of what's happening in audio, and it's not just my computer. Like there's that stuff, but that's just connecting to the device. But otherwise, it's all simple enough.
So at least that may kick it off.
We'll start that way. I mean, those are our upcoming subcommittee meetings. We will not have another, policy meeting for some time. The evaluation subcommittee won't be meeting. I don't know where this leaves advisory committees, actually. Like, I think for right now, I would say this should apply to the primary subcommittees of the school committee, because those are our, that's our purview, most directly. And then perhaps we can continue to think, I don't know, what do you think about that?
So I'm all on board with recording finance, right? I'm glad, brought that up just because of the override, not even counting all the issues coming up with FY25 budget. But is there a reason we feel pressure that because again, there's no townwide policy on this. What is the pressure we feel to say it has to also be policy? I think the town cares about the finances because of, again, A, the complexity of the current situation we are in, but also B, just the school's finances are the biggest pot of finances within the town. And so that is why, at least I originally brought it up in the fall, was I think there's particular interest within that. I do not regularly attend your policy meetings, so don't know what your viewership is, but I guess I just wonder why, if it's our own internal policy, we could just set it to say, we're going to record finance, because that's right now. And then we can test it out if it goes really well, and then if there's public sentiment to say, we want to see policy too, because there's interesting conversations there, then maybe we open that conversation. But I'm fine either way. I just wanted to flag.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I see that as a way to start immediately with what we see right before us that we want to be able to do. And then we can kind of evolve from there. Okay.
And are you guys still good with cross-posting the finance meetings? Because I think that's really helpful to have. And I felt bad this morning that you couldn't, join.
I'm so sorry.
You're fine.
I thought it was hybrid also, so I was I'm going to hit that button.
We were the only one last week, but no, I think that would be really, really helpful. I think just for all of us to kind of second set of eyes on everything going forward.
I don't want to make it too easy on you. You got to get up. You got to come in to those meetings with Katie.
You
Peter,
did
and I.
accept some of my policy meeting
did,
notices and didn't show up.
Not quite as popular.
Thanks for calling me out.
Okay, so in the interest of moving along, I will make a motion to record finance subcommittee meetings.
Second.
Starting Monday.
Okay.
Second. Okay, all in favor? Okay.
I'm sorry. Prior recorded meetings that we have in the cloud from Monday is one, I think, 'cause that was hybrid for you. Last Wednesday was another, so you were hybrid. Should we post them? A couple people, honestly, within the public have already reached out, requested that within a public records request. At least those last 2 meetings, we could go ahead and release.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do we need a motion for that?
I don't know. My thinks maybe not.
I think that's
consensus.
I think that's consensus, consistent
Yeah,
with
exactly.
what we just decided, and
Hooray.
yeah. Okay. Okay. So with that sort of segue to finance, right?
Oh, yeah, is that me?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, well, it's really more a segue to Peter here in a sec. But yeah, we've had, just to update the public, finance is meeting twice a week, every week, for at least the last month. We're carrying that forward at least into the next week. So lots of work, lots of things happening, both under FY25 and FY26. I want to particularly shout out town staff who came out on Monday and talked to us. That was helpful. I think Danielle Wetmore, who came today's meeting, and again, those will now be made, today's meeting.
Yes.
Was it recorded?
No,
it was
no.
not. So Monday's meeting will be posted. And then also just special shout out to Lori Connolly and John Cohane, who are our proxy representatives on the finance committee, because they come to every single one, even though they cannot participate. So appreciate them as well. But I will pass it over to Peter.
Great, thank you. So yeah, we're going to go through FY25 first and give an overview. We've been working on this every Monday and Wednesday and all the time in between that. And I think we've kind of pretty much looked at everything within our ability at this point. I will then go into FY26 and talk about the work we've done. This is probably version 4 of our budget, and I will talk about the work that we did with our leadership team to address the select board's current $5.7 million increase in our operating budget. So Katie is going to has put together the 25 slides, so she's going to take us through some of that, and then I'll pick up 26.
So we are going to start tonight just in a general overview of the timeline of some of the historical information and some of the timing around fiscal year 24 as well as fiscal year 25, which is the budget for the current year, the current school year. And so May of last year, as you all remember, the fiscal year 25 budget was approved. And so the school department at town meeting was appropriated $67,225,233. So that was May, and that was the appropriation starting July 1st of this year. So July 1st, 2024, which was last summer, the fiscal year 25 budget began, and the budget lines were appropriated in accordance with the budget proposal that was approved, reviewed, and approved in May of 24. So after fiscal year 25, after that budget began, and after the budget lines were appropriated, the fiscal year 24 deficit was identified, and it was also addressed. So the school department prior year operating budget, which was fiscal year 24, the deficit was identified in early July, and the deficit was addressed by using a number of one-time funds And so some of the funds that were utilized were circuit breaker funding, which is our special education reimbursement program and funding that we receive from the state. Some of the Medicaid reserves, so we also receive Medicaid funding from the state for some of the medical needs that we and expenses that we're responsible for paying for the school district, and through a number of chargebacks. And what chargebacks are is when we charge expenses from the school operating budget to some of the revolving funds that we have. And so the revolving funds would be assigned to accounts for our programs such as community schools and also the school lunch program. And so if we fast forward to this year, in January of 2025, the fiscal year 25 budget projected deficit, and so when we say projected deficit, that is the balance that we are projecting to have at the end of the fiscal year. So June of 25, that projected balance was identified to be in a deficit position, and so that was detailed in the second quarter report that was shared with the school committee. That report was shared in January, and the issues that were identified in the report and the issues that we have discussed throughout the course of meetings, both finance subcommittee meetings and school committee meetings over the past several months, are a continuation of structural deficit lines within the school budget. So just a continuation of some of the issues that we saw in fiscal 24 being carried forward into fiscal year 25. So if you go to the next slide. And so when we talk about a structural deficit, I just want to provide some more information around what a structural deficit is. So a structural deficit means that there are recurring expenses that consistently exceed recurring revenues. So in our case, for the school department budget, that is our budget appropriation or our operating budget. And so some of the examples of areas where we have identified a structural deficit are in accounts that cover expenses for our substitute teachers and our class coverage, and also accounts that cover expenses for utilities, and that includes heat, light, and water for the school department. And so you can see in these two charts on the screen here, we've just provided some detail around what the historical budget was in each one of these categories, what the total expenditure was, and what the variance is. And you can see here that there has been a variance in a range of amounts, but there has been a consistent variance over the past several fiscal years. And so also looking at how does a structural deficit happen within a budget? And the structural deficit can occur for a number of reasons, which include our budget or a budget line being based on past budget numbers and not being based on actual expenses. And then structural deficits can also occur because of rising costs that were unanticipated and also demographic changes. And so if we have a shift in demographic changes, because the budget is already established, we are not able to cover the change or the increase in costs. And so that important thing that I want to point out here is not necessarily tied to the fiscal year 25 budget, which is the deficit that we're talking about or that we're seeing for this year, but I do want to call attention to the fiscal year 26 proposed budget. And so as we went through the process of looking and projecting out the funding that we would need for fiscal year 26, we did truly try to take a look at and account for previous year's expenditures. The expenditures shown in these charts, they're shown in italics because at this point they are a projection for the end of the year and they are not actual. So those numbers are subject to change and will change. But we will have that updated information for actuals for fiscal year 25 this summer. And then that actual number will be able to drive our information when we're creating the budget for fiscal year 27. And that process does start late summer, early fall. So on the next slide, just talking more specifically about fiscal year 25 budget, and just as a reminder of some of the work that we've done since we talked about that quarterly report in January. So as of the quarter two report, we had projected, and again, that was the projection for the end of the school year, a $2 million deficit at the end of the school year, so in June of 25. And so that number was based on known costs, so costs that we've already incurred from the beginning of the year in July until the end of December, projected expenses, so that's for our salaries, for all of our staff, which is 81% of our budget, known encumbrances, and what an encumbrance is it's essentially us recognizing that we will have an expense and memorializing what that expense will be in our accounting system. And then also based on known costs that aren't currently in the accounting system, but we know that we will recognize some sort of expense from this point in the year until the end of the year. As the budget, or as the deficit was recognized, we took a number of different action steps starting in early February in order to address the current year deficit. And so those steps include a purchase order freeze. And so what a purchase order is that's essentially a department head or a principal making the request to move forward with a purchase. And so they are not supposed to spend any money, purchase any materials, purchase any services until that purchase order is signed off on. And so knowing that we were looking at a deficit, we said we are freezing any expenses or requests for purchasing from now until the end of the year, knowing that we will have expenses that will come up, but truly trying to limit the amount of money that we were spending on moving forward. We also instituted a hiring freeze, so any of our staff that may be resigning or leaving the district, we're currently filling those with some temporary staff, or in some instances, we're not hiring at all, and some positions have gone unfilled. We are doing an allocation for a portion of our custodial salaries to our food service account. So the food service account is a self-sustaining revolving account, and that's separate from the operating budget. And that is not moving any staff, that is not changing the salaries of any of our staff. That's just an allocation of expenses to a different account based off of the number of hours that the custodial staff spends doing work for the food service department with custodial services, so cleaning kitchens and our serving areas. We also reduced a number of consolidated facilities purchase orders and that totaled $78,000. There is potential funding from the state that we were made aware of in the governor's supplemental budget, and that is an increase in the circuit breaker reimbursement for transportation, and that could potentially be effective for this year. The amount that we're looking at, that we're estimating could be, the maximum reimbursement is $488,000, but that is still not confirmed. And so we need to verify that that will in fact pass at the state level, and that we will in fact be able to access those funds in this fiscal year. We're also looking at utilizing a number of revenue offsets that we had talked about. We had used a number of those offsets in fiscal year 24 to balance the budget, and we need to use a number of those offsets in fiscal year 25 also in order to balance the budget. And so those accounts include our community schools account, the Medicare account that we talked about earlier, and also our building use or facilities use account. And so when we have outside organizations come in and utilize the buildings outside of the school day, they pay in accordance to the building use fee schedule, and so that revenue we can use to offset some of the expenses in the operating budget. And then we also considered just modifying the way that we're allocating our substitutes and the way that we're currently doing class coverage. And so there is an amount assigned to that. But with the above actions, we have the new projected deficit is $883,000, $883,326. And so on the next slide.
Just real quick on that, just for specificity, the projected deficit in January for the Q2 report was actually 2.3 million, right? 2.296.
2.296 on the
quarter two report.
Quarter two report. And then when we reran, as we continue to rerun the reports and update those projections, it's just over the $2 million. And so we have, in an effort to address the current year deficit and reduce that number, we've considered a number of different programmatic updates or programmatic shifts for the current school year, and they're listed here. And a number of these items were considered, but after conversation that took place during finance subcommittee and during our school committee meetings, and just in thinking about what the impact would be to our students, and in some instances what the impact would be to our staff, we recognized that these, although they were items that we could consider, they truly aren't possible. We also had considered potentially looking at some of the capital funding requests for fiscal year 26, and instead of receiving that funding in the upcoming year for some rooftop unit modifications, as well as providing us the ability to purchase Chromebooks in the upcoming fiscal year, we had said we could potentially use that funding to help address the deficit for this year. But those items aren't available to us at the current time. And so the items listed at the bottom of this slide are items that we are still potentially looking at. So we have had an issue with one of the water bills at the high school, so there is potential that that will, if there is a correction to that, that could create some cost savings for the operating budget. We are also looking at taking some additional offsets from both our community schools and our transportation revolving accounts. And that would be $50,000 from each one of those accounts. And then again, looking at the large group sub-coverage, so that was the reference in the previous slide, talking about looking at the way that we fund our substitute teachers and how we're doing sub-coverage moving forward. So that is also on the list for consideration. And so the one thing I wanted to mention as well is for using the funding from community schools and potentially using some of the offset from transportation, we are looking at or just having to measure what the impact will be for fiscal year 26. And so if we are pulling money from community schools, we will have to consider a potentially large fee increase for our programs for the upcoming school year, just to make sure that those funds remain self-sustaining, meaning we have to make sure that our revenue can cover our costs moving forward. And then the same can be said about transportation.
So at this point, I feel like I'm sounding like a broken record, talking about large subgroup coverage for the last week or so, and how I'm completely against it. And I have to say, the presentation tonight from both Kat and Brian even, offers, makes me even more against it, because of when they talk about the MTSS support and all the supports and the time on learning that these students, and we're trying to close the achievement gap within certain subgroups that are struggling. I just completely disagree with sub coverage, because putting students, I don't care how many, in an auditorium where they are not learning, and when you get into middle school and high school, kids, you can't monitor them to make sure they all have phones, they have social media, all of that stuff. A lot of things happen that one teacher cannot monitor. I just don't think $24,000 and what that could mean in the future in terms of expenses with anxiety, as Danielle mentioned this morning, about anxiety and mental health and getting more special ed evaluations done. I just don't, and the cost increases that come with all of that, I just don't think trying to save $24,000, we've made many references to cups of coffee and whatever else. I just don't think it's a big enough number, but the impact is going to be huge. So I am going to continue to advocate to redline that one and cross it off that list, because it's really, we're getting down to 683. I mean, what's 700 at that point? So just my recommendation.
I agree. I'm against large sub-coverage as well. I also would be against not having Chromebooks for our kids that we propose. I'd be against removing stipends that helps push instruction forward. The thing I struggle with, Anna, is we don't have the money, so it feels like that's a decision with somebody else's money. And so I think I feel that same way about why we have cut out the $1,800, even though it's $1,800 for the stipend committee work, is we don't have that $1,800. We don't have it. And so, to say, I personally, just to finish that thought, and I'd love to hear your thoughts, I just personally would want to hear more clearly from the town, and I think we're still waiting on kind of a final proposed number, because I know this is just at least the current estimate, and we have some other costs that we're projecting that might come in related to special education that are mid-year and not budgeted for. And so it's more a matter of what does the town and the select board think they are willing to do based upon these numbers. Because if they agree with you that like the 24,000 isn't that big a difference and they're willing to fund that, then great, because I think that has a negative impact on students learning, exactly what you're saying. I just struggle with us saying from our seats where we don't have the money and somebody else is actually going to have to be the one to bail us out from that 24,000 and that 1,800 and that other 1,800. And so I look at it just from the standpoint of like, we have to cut in all the places we can, which is why we even brought up the term, even though people got mad about spring sports, and we cut that because we said that was a bridge too far. And maybe the subgroup coverage is a bridge too far too, but it to me does feel like we're just kind of at a certain point playing with somebody else's money because we don't have the funds for this.
I think we have to advocate for what we need. I think if we don't, and we cut these and the impacts, I mean, we are still dealing with the effects of decisions that were made over COVID, when families were trying to get kids back in schools, in the classroom because it was interrupted learning. And we're still dealing with that. We're still dealing with trying to catch those students up. So that's where I'm like, I am of the belief that if we need that and if we strongly feel that it will negatively impact our kids, I think we need to go advocate for it. And it's just, then it's our job to advocate. What happens next is a whole other issue, but like, it's our job to say we need this. And, at this point, like, if we keep pushing off these things and, pulling FY26 fees into FY25 for transportation and so on and so forth, there are still going to be holes next year that we will have to fill. And I think we need to be upfront about the fact that we need to figure out a way with the town to close this deficit and then figure out how to live within our means in as much as we can. And whether that means drastic cuts next year, I don't know. But I think we have to be honest about what we need and advocate because, our job at this table is to make sure that the needs of every student is met and the time on learning is not interrupted. So anything that directly impacts students like that, like spring sports, is something that I cannot be on board with. So I'm going to keep saying that, and and hopefully hope for the best in terms of. But it's really just we need to figure out how to close this gap, and we're going to need help to close the gap. I think that's where I'm feeling like we are at.
I had actually a question, because when we were talking about large group sub-coverage, I wasn't there that day, but I thought, was this something it wasn't necessarily, and I don't know if we can even make this determination, but it wasn't necessarily core curriculum classes, that the thought was it was for, am I misinterpreting that? I thought the idea was that it's not necessarily for ELA and math that you're going to have large groups of kids in there, that it would be maybe for places where it was more electives, like I'm thinking,
how would you manage what they're learning during that elective, during that time?
I don't know, I guess I'm just.
No, it's about if that day on the building there are 5 teachers absent.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever these teachers have this group of students, they will all go to the cafeteria, the auditorium.
Mm-hmm.
So that few substitute teacher will be there to monitor that large group of students, regardless of what subject it will be.
But it's a maximum of 50 students per teacher. So it's not one teacher with any class that it's sub-coverage. It's just essentially like instead of a teacher over 25, let's say, it's a teacher over 50.
And I'm not disagreeing with you that it's not ideal. I don't know that I would necessarily equate it to like long-term, when kids were in the auditorium during COVID times. I think I understand the concern about it. I don't love it. I'm a little bit with Mark. That's like, I think we advocate for it, but I think we're at the point where there are things that we just have to leave on, and if it's one, if it ends up being that it's one day. I don't love it. I mean, I'm not, if it was like somebody's out for a week and you have large group, I mean, then it doesn't make sense to me, and I don't know that you can do that determination. And I agree that we need to fight for things, but I'm also feeling like, sort of where Mark was, that how do we, like, we just don't have the money, you know, and
Well, we have, it's not like we can close that. If you're talking about $24,000 is what's keeping us from closing our gap completely, then that would make, yes, a stronger case. But we still have a huge balance.
we do.
So that's where I don't understand it. And we're also, you know, we talk about overcrowded classrooms all the time to make a case for, you know, the new school, but here we are kind of doing something similar, you know, with larger groups of students. And it does not sit right with me, and I'm just going to be not in agreement of it. You know, if the gap was very low, you know, small, and we could actually close it, then it makes, you know, like, okay, well, maybe we do this temporarily to close the gap. But something like this, where we still need to go ask the town for money, you know, in this scenario, I just don't see the difference between 684 and, you know, 700. So that's all.
Just to, in terms of where this part of the conversation is going, it's my understanding that at Monday morning's finance meeting, the purpose of that is to finalize, I don't know who I'm directing this question to, but sort of what comes next needs to be clarity to the select board in terms of what we are saying is what we need. Having exhausted the options, having done these exercises, and having, you know, and within the limitations that we have. I know that the HRS staff reductions is not yet represented here, but we had a good, important discussion on that piece this morning, which would be the only, would have been the only, would have been the only possible reductions we could have made. I apologize. You know, given where we are with the vast majority of our staff being contracted employees that are on a contract through the end of the year. So the point being, is that where we are Monday morning? To identify a number for a formal request, because I know the select board is expecting sort of the clarity from us. And you're right, Anna, like we've reached that point.
Yeah.
So what else will we know by Monday? Sorry, I'm just not following, because I thought
Like
we were...
the number.
But I thought we were ready to...
Well, maybe we are.
have the information.
Well, we won't get any more information.
No more information.
No more
There's
information,
nothing-
right? Because we wouldn't have the clarity on the water bill issue by Monday.
correct.
And we obviously won't
Maybe
know
not.
about the state aid as either, so we're not having any of that. So this is kind of what we're working with. I do agree in this morning's meeting, you know, asking for more than we need just so that we're not going back and at the end of June and asking for more to close the books, like we did last year. I would think like we ask for, and then I suggest we ask for more than, you know, what we know, like based on the information we have and what we might need. And then if state aid comes in and so on and so forth, then return the portion back, you know, depending on what number that state aid comes in as too, because that's a guesstimate right now, right? So I think, and same thing with the water bill, right? Like just ask and then, you know, say, hey, we will return whatever unused portion it is. We just need to be able to cover ourselves so we're not coming back to you in June and surprise you with a bigger ask.
Recognizing there seem to be a couple different ways we could go about
Yeah.
requesting the funds in terms of, so that's another piece that I think we need some final clarity on, just so there is nothing more they need from us. And then we are hoping for them to work with us.
But I also think there's like the other question too is not only what are we getting, like what's the reimbursement rate or what's the rate for these, but I think there's still questions around special ed, right? So there are special ed costs that have not come in yet.
Yes.
So I think when we're talking about a buffer, it's not that, oh, just in case, it's that, no, we know that there are costs that haven't hit yet that are,
And the
that are
grant
likely
will
going
cover,
to.
right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's the challenge of, when we talked about this earlier, that's the challenge of any kind of number right now where we, like you said, where we look at, 880 and then we add 100 to it, and then that's set in stone. I think probably the best direction would be, and of course we have like an override and non-override reality that I know, Mark, you responded to Nick about that in terms of thinking through those two different scenarios. In the override scenario, having access to the special ed reserve for FY25, which is currently at $1 million, would be, I think, in terms of where we stand right now, would be a good place to, a good recommendation to provide to the select board.
is there another way, weren't we talking about there's another scenario? Because in the sense of the special ed stabilization fund is very specific around what you can use it for and the timing of the invoices that come in, correct? Mm-hmm. So is it looking at, I always get the funds wrong, but moving it from, is there a stabilization fund or a general, that isn't necessarily special ed specific, that wouldn't be tied to those things, so we're not accessing next year's we're not accessing that fund, we're asking them to move it to a fund where it still would be for special education, but it's not specifically named that. Am I correct or incorrect?
I thought the other option would potentially be to put it in kind of a town
like a reserve fund.
Yes. Fund, and then the town would do a further appropriation. I think rather than doing a special education stabilization fund, I think that was the other option we had talked about.
Only because I think that I think it's either way, it's coming from the town, but just making sure that however it's worded, it's accessible.
To reduce the amount of the special education stabilization fund.
Yes.
That's built into the override budget and to transfer that to the town's reserve, which would be a way to ensure that, if things come out favorably for us and we didn't end up actually needing that much, it would just remain, whatever's left would remain in the town's reserve. So I think obviously how they would ultimately choose to do this would be something that the town administrator and select board would decide. I think though, what we're in the position of demonstrating our process, which thank you for so clearly laying out sort of how we got to this point, and all of the work that has happened like week by week through this time, and then where that has brought us to. So
I just think on the idea of the reserve, and I agree with you, it's like the town administrator I'd defer a bit to on like what is the mechanism that works well. But I think that another thing to name as relates to the reserve account is that has oversight from both the select board and the warrant committee to make sure the public is aware of that. So pulling down from that would then still require, we'd have to get a vote of town meeting to allocate that funding to the reserve account. And then we'd have to, once we have the finalized number, which is the thing that most interests me in this, is like, because as you say, we just don't have enough firm information, so we're going to have to kind of pick a big number. We then, once we have that, we can go back to the select board with that number to share with them again, have their oversight, still also have to go back to the warrant committee to share with them, get their approval and oversight. And so all those groups are involved in the process. And I do think the mechanism of pulling it from what the select board has already allocated towards the schools for FY26 through the special ed stabilization fund allocation is the way to go, given that that should not impact any of the long-term financial planning that the town administrator was trying to do around how we sustain this override through FY30. So it shouldn't affect any of the funds that are used within those calculations for them. And I think the second piece is that, those funds were identified through the select board's vote to help with the unexpected costs related to special education that the schools are incurring. And that's exactly what they would be used to support. It's just they'd be used to support that within the current year, which is the year where we are significantly struggling with these. I know you highlighted utilities and sub-coverage within your examples, but obviously the other is transportation, special ed transportation, and other special ed services. And I think that's the next slide if we want to jump to that. Just want to make sure we hit on that in terms of that was the purpose of the allocation from the select board, my understanding, given they put it towards the special ed fund, and that would be our intent of using it. It just would be a year earlier, given this is where we're having the budget tightness.
Right. And now is when we need it.
Yep.
Based on how you built the budget for FY26. And so that is something I really want to make sure is highlighted for people. I think slide 3 was so important, how you are reminding us what was built into FY26. And again, I know those were just 2 different examples, but you brought that same approach across the board, right? And so that is why we do not anticipate finding ourselves in this exact position next year at this time. We are in this position now for reasons that are not rolling forward into FY26. And so that, to me, is a rationale to use the free cash funds now when we need them. The idea is that we should not need them in this same way going forward.
Right. And so specific to special ed, so when we talk about the structural deficit that we've identified for 25, we did, in the slide 3, had the substitute coverage and the utilities as examples, but as you have mentioned, special education, specific to transportation for this year, but there were a number of lines, I think in previous years, that had been underfunded. But when we look at transportation, we did try to, for fiscal year 26, account for the historical expenses instead of going through the process of just rolling the prior year's budget forward. And so as we have identified that we're currently looking at a deficit for fiscal year 25, and throughout that process of looking at each one of the lines and each one of the areas to say, how can we contain costs, how can we cut costs, how can we make every effort possible to balance the budget at the end of the year. At the same time that we've been doing that, we've been looking at the lines for 26 and saying, are these budget lines going to be appropriate? And so for special education, in the FY26 proposed budget, as I had said, many of the budget lines that were historically underfunded have been adjusted, but in some instances, costs have continued to increase. And so we do have to make some adjustments to account for those known expenses. Right. And so the way in which that we can do that for fiscal year 26 specific to special education is, in the original budget, we had put a proposed utilization of circuit breaker for $2 million in the hopes that we could potentially, if we were allocated $2.7 million, that we wouldn't have to use a portion of it, and that we could use $2 million to cover some of those expenses. Throughout the course of the year, and the change that has happened since October, is we have continued to see increased costs in special education. And as we continue to monitor the budget, and as we continue to look at next year, we will have to make an adjustment to the circuit breaker utilization in order to make sure that the budget is balanced. And you can see in this exhibit, this just gives an example of how the budget was originally proposed and projected at the beginning of the year when we first presented the budget back in November, and that was based off of historical expenses and known costs. Now, as of mid-March, we know that some of those costs have increased, and given those costs increase, we don't anticipate that those costs will be reduced significantly into next year. And so we will have to utilize the full, if not the full amount, the majority of the circuit breaker reimbursement that we will be receiving in next year. And so you can see the update. Originally, we had built in $2 million, and as of March, as of right now, looking at next year, we will have to use $2.7 million we're projecting to make sure that the budget is balanced. I just want to point out, in this scenario, that is a change to the circuit breaker reimbursement that we can make that will not impact the total number that we're requesting for the operating budget from the town. So that does not, if you look in the budget column, it is not changing the overall budget in the operating budget. It's just updating the amount of the circuit breaker utilization that we're using for next year. So I think that's just an important point to make, that we're recognizing that the expenses are increasing, where we are saying how we are going to offset that expense, and the offset that we're proposing is not an increase to the operating budget, but rather it's just the full utilization of that circuit breaker reimbursement.
Can I ask a question? So is this, because I was trying to follow this when we were on the finance call the other day, is this what you were saying when you were saying, when they were talking about the difference of that 700?
Yes.
You're saying, no, it's actually the budget. It's not that we're holding that money out. It's
Right.
actually...
It's actually,
it's
it's known expenses.
It's known expenses now, as opposed to hoping that we wouldn't have to take advantage of the $2 million. Our costs have increased, so now it's built in.
And now we will have to use it to balance, and some of the changes were in transportation, and then also in some of the contracted services expenses.
So, turning to...
Did you have something?
No, I just, because it just, everything clicked from the other, that's the part that slide is the part I was missing. So when we were talking about, so now the budget is decreased by 700 because it's gone to the town, assuming we were using it as a reserve fund, but it's not a reserve fund, so now our budget just reduced 700,000.
Yes.
Got it.
So transitioning to FY26, we, after getting the number from the select board and the conversation we had at the finance subcommittee meeting to talk about how we were going to approach this decrease from the $6.4 million level service increase that we built our budget on, to bring it down to $5.7 million. So we, on the next slide, our main goal here was to both keep the things that we knew were important in the level service budget. One significant goal was not reducing staffing significantly. So you can see on this list here, we have not really, other than nurse admin assist, which is a very small portion of a position. We have not reduced any other positions here. Through attrition, we've found 3 positions. These are due to enrollment. Our current kindergarten enrollment is right now hovering a little bit over 280. So that is a
For next year?
Yeah. We expect that number to increase a bit, but that's significantly lower than it was last year, which was 365.
Wow.
So we're finding 2 positions at the elementary and 1 at the secondary level. The bus is the bus that we had added previously.
So would it be that particular route that would be, or how does it work?
No, we would just reduce by 1 bus and then essentially redo the routes.
To include the kids that from East Milton that bus supported?
So our capacity would potentially lower, but because we are reducing, so the capacity would, so there is, we would go back to kind of that pre-pandemic level of being able to support that number of students. And the capacity issues for the bus typically are at the secondary level for the middle school students.
Yeah, we go back to last year.
Okay, but you would, okay, so then, so what happens to all the students that we added a bus for? Like, are they just finding their own way to school?
We would have to reestablish, so we had a wait list for this year, so it's just increasing the number of students on the wait list again, so it would revert back to that.
Okay.
We have general expenses, just $10,000. A family liaison position, which has been vacant, or would rehire that. The program design is the NEC program and kind of taking on the NEC curriculum and NEC expertise, but running that ourselves. I mentioned the nurse admin assist, athletic fees. This would be an increase to athletic fees.
Do you know, just on that, do you have a sense of what percent increase? And I know there's the cap on athletic fees too per family, but like, do you have, I assume we'll talk about that in more detail at finance, but do you have a general sense of like what the percent increase would need to be in order to get to the 45?
When we looked at it, I believe we raised it by $50 a sport.
Okay.
So
and I believe we're still low, right, comparatively.
In some, when we look at the overall fee is probably mid-range, but I would say for some specific sports it's low. The fee we charge is low.
And then 100,000 out of the circuit breaker brings us to the 996. We did have to alter the needs. So previously with the needs-based provision, we had the ELA curriculum, we had additional time, and we had more ELL support. So we reduced that to the curriculum itself. And we would be looking next year at using professional development time and our professional development funds to, we would be able to support some of that training as well, just not quite as much, and we could look at FY27 to support more of that. And then ELL support would be adding 0.2. We have 2.8 positions. Those are 4 days a week, 0.8. So that would make those 2 positions full-time, which with a kind of a rescheduling of need, we think we can meet the need, and then again look to FY27 to continue looking at building that staffing in ELL, which will continue to be a need.
A question on the ELA curriculum. I know we had the 50,000 before for curriculum development. So I'm curious if we're using now PD time, which obviously we need to get all the other things that we do in alignment and making sure that our staff has time together between schools to work on things so that, there's more uniformity across all 6 schools, or at least the 4 and the other 2. How do we, how does that affect the timeline for when the ELA curriculum gets implemented now? Is there a delay now?
There wouldn't be a delay, no. It would be, so the summer curriculum time, which we've had historically every year, we've paid teachers to do summer curriculum in different ways. So that would continue. So you would essentially be doing the same, the timeline would remain unchanged. It would just be, instead of having that $50,000 to support a lot of additional time, you would just have to be a little bit more targeted with that. And then you'd be looking at early release days, you'd be looking at grade level facilitation. So at the building level, in terms of getting a kind of the practice of understanding the new curriculum and having teams work on it together. So there are lots of different ways that teachers work together to both kind of learn, calibrate, and assess, and we would just be utilizing all those different ways. I mean, would the $50,000 be helpful? Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Yes.
I think that's what I was trying to understand, because I know in the past, one of the reasons that we've held off so much on the ELA curriculum was we had other curriculums that we implemented before, and there was the learning curve of the complexity of adding another one, but it seems like without the support, and we're asking teachers to kind of figure it out within the buildings on their own, just seems a little scary. But, and not that they can't do it, it's just it's just do they have the support they need to make sure it's given the fidelity, done the way it's meant to be given, or is there going to be more of a learning curve and then students won't benefit from it in its full capacity until year 2 or 3 because we don't have the support? I'm just
I think
trying to understand.
I mean, I would say some of that is related to what Kat and Brian were talking about in terms of systems, and it's less about bringing a committee together to talk about how do we roll this out, but it's the actual action of doing that and having collaborative time to work together at the building level and then at the district level, and planning that district level work in ways that then is going out to the building level, so that there's not too much development happening, which I think is the history of Milton. There's a lot of development happening at the building level and not enough happening at the district level to then kind of feed back to the district level, change it, go back out, that kind of symbiotic relationship, which I think is, again, in a well-functioning system, that's there's a seamless kind of development that happens where you can, that's how you improve.
Yeah, I totally agree with your line of questioning. I think it's the right one. It's just are we confident that this allocation supports the appropriate implementation of the ELA curriculum next year, and that we are, again, not just shooting ourselves in the foot to save nickels, not nickels, obviously it's $50,000, but I understand what you're saying of there's other time in which you just would need to take from that because you wouldn't have this, but totally agree. I mean, spending $250,000 on an ELA curriculum, that's just going to sit in teachers' cabinets, and again, maybe looking at you a little bit here too, but just yeah, given we're not going to have another crack at this for a year, and we don't want to waste a year on this, I think it's the right questioning. I just want to make sure one more time. I feel like you've already answered it, but are we certain that these are the resources, and I know you won't be here, Peter, but that the district would need in order to carry this out?
Right.
Right. So it would be more traditional to have a expanded, including the programs. But Kat has spoken to us and does feel like next year the way the year will roll out, the first part of the year will be exploring the curriculum. The second year we can pick up the steam on that piece. I mean, the first year is going to be a slower rollout anyway.
It is. That's why I think it's okay. Yeah.
So that definitely gives it context. So then what is I guess what I would like to understand, and this is, first of all, just to back up, I appreciate that, where we had to make reductions of $700,000, I appreciate that you did not reduce that, and that's still a priority. I think, again, going in for an override, it's really important to give families something, like what more are they getting for the increase that we're asking them to support. So I appreciate that. And just understanding from a timing standpoint, when are we looking to roll this out where students will be using it?
Yeah, I think you've spoken most recently to Kat about that timeline.
So next year would be development, pilot, and then, and what I was going to say, Mark, is FY27 will have, you could put money into the summer for training as we get ready to really roll this out district-wide. So that's the place where that money will actually be more impactful, is that summer leading up to full implementation.
Okay.
And that's the beauty of having a line for curriculum within our operating budget, which is what you really were showing to us, because that provides us some flexibility on a year when we're not adopting a full new curriculum, that we can really do that.
So does that still apply, though, with this reduction that we have to make? Okay. Okay. So that doesn't change going into next year. We'll still have that 250 allocated
Yes.
towards curriculum. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, a big portion of obviously the work next year will be looking at various curriculums and subgroup work. So it won't be the rollout to staff and training on that piece.
Okay. No, I appreciate that it's being prioritized as it's been.
It's also very, we are trying to be sensitive. Many cuts are being made across the board that, as we all know, it's devastating. So this is a long-term goal of the committees and the departments, the curriculum office. So we appreciate the support, but it's also incredibly sensitive in terms of how we present it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
So to that point, so the program design is the NEC program. And I think, so it's already been communicated to people that the program is going away. And so I think it was.
Well, it's not, it's going away is, I think.
But I guess the way to explain it is, I think there's a level of understanding that people have when they hear NEC, that they don't recognize that it's a consultative approach to a program that we have, right? So we have the Partners program as run or monitored or consulted, whatever, by NEC. I think if you're up here, you get that, but when you hear it's going away, you're like, wait, what? And so, so I think that part is difficult, but I also, the idea of this program redesign has been in the works or thought for a little bit, like in talking to Danielle. And so, again, sort of, I think it's around the messaging. It's not necessarily being removed or the program isn't being redesigned necessarily from a budget standpoint. It happens to impact the budget, but the idea was this is something that we could do and run and own this program. It's evolving. It's evolving. And so I just want to, again, I think a lot of it is just really around the messaging, that it's like, this is something we have the experience, we've been running the program for X number of years, we have the staff and the facilities, as opposed to it being positioned as we're changing it because of the budget, and so I just want to be, because there's umpteen emails going around now that it's being cut because of the budget, and that's not the right message. So I just think with all of these things, as we're looking at it, that there are some things that are evolving because they just naturally evolve, and there are other things that we have to cut because we have to cut.
So would it be fair to say that the timing shifted because of the budget? So not necessarily, if the thought was already there.
Right.
And we were going to bring it just fully in-house and not rely on a third party.
Yes.
But that's the direction we were headed, but we were not, we expedited.
Right, it probably gave it the fire.
That's accurate.
Right.
So I think sort of speaking to it that way is important.
Yes, that's all. I just think with all of these things that it doesn't,
My understanding actually was that it was part of the Pierce plan very specifically at the elementary level, it may have been moved more quickly.
Right. And that's just something for us when we take a step back and look at our process and think about our work, you know, into next year and going forward. Like that, I think it is about the messaging, because that is exactly the kind of thing that we want to be doing. Like we want to be looking for these efficiencies or savings that align with what makes sense operationally or instructionally. That's sort of the best case scenario, right? Where something happens to make sense for our students, and it also doesn't incur another cost. It might save something, and then we can, and like, what is our, I appreciate this way of looking, which I know we have done to adapt to a compromise, but it is a good way for us to think about level service 1 year to the next, is that we don't just automatically on autopilot, like replicate exactly what we've done, but rather we're making sure that our investments are really like strategically meeting, you know, our needs. And that I think I really appreciate the care in this list to minimize impact on students, families, and staff, negative impacts. I think that's extremely important, especially in this moment. And I think it's just a good reminder that, you know, going forward, we're always going to be looking for these like positive trade-offs that we're going to be able to make that can be hopefully like a win-win scenario. So I appreciate having that energy myself, like to bring into next year as a school committee member, like starting a fresh budget cycle. I think that will be constructive. And I think in the meantime, I'm relieved, honestly, that what this tells me, so I will check my understanding with the rest of you, but I think what this tells me is we are really able to move forward, like the select board, and having approved, unanimously approved the 9.5 amount, structured the way they structured it. I believe they called it scenario B or option B. That it was stated that we need to be able to get to the point of working together, to go out and just sell that to the community. And so this, to me, is like, allows us to really know that we're able to do that. Like, we're able to adapt to the compromise and move forward. So I think that's a great step, and hopefully if we can like bring the FY25 closure through, and I'm still not quite sure where we're ending up on that piece for tonight. I'll send it to you on that, I guess, but like knowing that we're getting very close, I believe, to where we kind of need to end up to be able to hopefully move forward.
Do y'all have a number that you were requesting at this point that we request, or do you want another couple days on this to talk about on Monday? Not that you're going to have a whole lot of new information, but just so that you can, go through current expenditures and just feel a little bit more refined.
I mean, I guess we have talked about this a number of times, and we talked about it this morning. I think the one question that is remaining is that 450 for a circuit breaker, which
the 488,
the
488, yeah. So, if we're looking at the full amount, it's 1.4 or 1.3. I mean.
Yeah, so I mean, 1.3 then changes the math because it's over the 1 million that they've allocated for
Right.
us. And so
Which
that-
is why I think, and Katie should weigh in here, but I think it should be the 1 million, and we work to make all those other pieces fit.
I agree. I mean, it's difficult, so I think the 1 million was the amount that was identified that the town has said, or the town administrator has said, that they are willing to put into the Special Education Stabilization Fund, and that was the amount of money from free cash that they were going to put in for next year. And so I think at this point in time, based off of the deficit balance, that we should ask for the 1 million just because of the variables for the circuit breaker funding. My only hesitation with that is that if we don't receive the circuit breaker funding, we are at a deficit number that's higher than the 1 million.
Is there a chance we wouldn't receive the circuit breaker funding?
So it's, the funding would be coming from a supplemental budget for fiscal year '25 that hasn't been approved yet. And that's at the state level. So there's chances that the amount could get modified.
Like
or
the 488?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
That's
So
advocacy to our
488.
representatives to stand up for that
Yes,
budget as proposed.
yes.
Okay.
And then I don't have a good sense of the timing around that. So at some points, the budget process at the state level can go into the summer. And so.
So after June 30th?
Right. So I just don't know if, I'm not completely familiar with the supplemental budget process, if that's more of an expedited process or if that would follow the same process as the fiscal year '26 budget. So I'm just not sure. And I've attended a number of meetings and been a part of different conversations with other business directors and other municipalities across the state, and they just are not providing clarity around that information. We don't have any definitive answers at this point. So I am hopeful that it is something that could potentially benefit us in many districts across the state. It's just that it's not final now.
And then if we were to, use the 1 million from next year for this year to close out the deficit, and then we're requesting the 5.7 for us, and then the 700 goes into a reserve of some sort, right, that we can draw from what I understand.
The 700 would be in operating budget stabilization at the town level.
Okay.
So that is completely separate from the school department. And I think the intent with that stabilization, it's essentially an operating budget stabilization fund on the town side with the hopes of creating more sustainability for the override, that it will last us.
As long, till 2030?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so then we should be okay to not, so they can continue to build that, so we don't have to borrow from that?
From which account? From
the
the
stabilization, the operational stabilization fund.
So I think the town is looking at that account as they may potentially have to take funding from that account in the future to be able to, and I don't want to speak for, but from what I'm understanding as a part of the conversation, they may potentially have to draw from that stabilization fund in the future in order to balance the budget. But in the meantime, I think they're also looking at ways in which to continue to allocate funds to it. So if there is free cash at the end of this fiscal year and next fiscal year, it could potentially go into that operating budget stabilization fund with the intent of helping to fund kind of the budgets on an ongoing basis in the future.
And to stretch out the length between overrides. So that we don't need to go back for an override in
Okay,
2
so
years.
if potentially, like, I mean, worst case scenario, we end up with any sort of deficit, it could cover to help us if we need it, and at the same time, they will continue to, like, if, I'm just asking, like, any worst case scenario expenses come in or anything like that? Like,
For this
for next
year?
year, for FY
Oh,
'26?
for next year. I think that the stabilization fund, from my understanding, with the 700,000, the intent of that was more of the operating budget expenses, I believe, in the future.
Okay.
So I don't know what the mechanism would be for next year, but I'm just very hopeful based off of, and I don't even want to say hopeful, I think for next year, we did a lot of work to make sure that the budget is reflective of our expenses.
Okay.
And we will have to operate within that budget for next year.
Okay, so regardless of, like, I know we talked about when we built, and I'm just trying to understand for clarity, when we built the budget in November, and since then, we've had lots of, special ed expenses come in, so you're still hoping that, like, because those are mandated and we have to spend that, we have to spend money on that, I guess I just needed some, like, reassurance from you that, like, with even those kind of unexpected expenses coming up, we're hopeful that we can stay within our budget that we created instead of going over. And if we do, then, okay.
We will be operating within the budget appropriated to us in the future.
Okay.
If we do not, in the event that the supplemental budget is approved for this year and that we get some additional circuit breaker reimbursement, and if we don't have to use the whole $1 million that we're talking about potentially accessing, I'm hopeful that there could potentially still be a balance in the special education reserve fund, and then that funding will
Would
be
help. Okay.
available to us in the future, because there is a possibility that we have some expenses that are unanticipated, unbudgeted for next year. And so if we're able to leave some money in that account, then that is going to be the goal, to leave it there and then use it appropriately. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry for all the questions.
I do want to name the negative impact of one of the other negative impacts of the FY25 budget is the impacts, we are impacting FY26 free cash, which again, we just discussed in the override scenario what the implications of that are. It's already being allocated to the schools, as we talked about, within this $1 million special ed reserve. What the town administrator emailed us, I think us all, about earlier this week was to, after our Monday meeting, so sometime on Tuesday, was to say that in a non-override scenario, that same $1 million is not available to the schools within the special ed reserve account, right? That does not exist. That money is already allocated within the non-override scenario to be able to allow for the 1.5% increase to town and school expenses. So in a situation where the override fails, the $1 million of free cash, if we needed to use it, and again, I know we're saying the goal is to use as small a portion of that as possible, but I'm saying $1 million because that's what y'all are saying we are going to request. Then the town administrator said the schools would need to, my understanding of what he said is the schools would need to adjust our non-override budget allocation proportionally to whatever we're pulling into FY25. So that is to say, if we are pulling in $1 million into FY25, then we need to pull $1 million out of FY26.
Got it.
And so our cuts in FY26
Will be an additional $1 million.
are going to be greater, and we need to do that, my understanding would be now, through an updated non-override budget to say this is the amount we are expecting to need to use from free cash, because we know we're going to have to need to use something. Maybe, again, we're not projecting $1 million within that scenario, I'm not sure, but I'm not 100% sure how exactly it's going to work, because we don't know 100% what the number is, but I guess we'd have to assume $1 million. And so there are additional cuts beyond the 70.2 FTE and all the other terrible cuts that we've looked at and had to vote on last week or a couple weeks ago that will need to be added on to, so that in a non-override scenario we still have a balanced budget for FY26 that reflects the less free cash. Any questions on that?
So we'll probably continue to need, if this moves forward, for Tuesday and at the select board, if this moves forward with them, then that becomes work needing to happen over the next following week.
Yeah.
That you will do, and, right?
Yep.
Bring back to us. And it just makes it that much more important that the community can be, informed to understand the stakes of the override vote.
Yeah.
If that's, where we are.
Yeah. Any questions? I guess I have just one other, I think, I was thinking about this recap, this problem, the FY25 problem popped up in January, and I think from that moment, my approach in any emergency is you dive in, you deal with what you need to, and that's what it's felt like we've been in kind of emergency action for the last 3 months at this point, and I think all of you have and done what we need to kind of get to this point where at least now it seems like we have not good news, but clarity on where the FY25 situation at least is falling as it relates to the request from us. And so I just wanted to take a second and pause here around while that was needed, I think we do need to reflect on the fact that this is, and I'm somewhat directing this to you, Peter, but it's 2 fiscal years in a row that we have failed to come in on budget. And that's just a reality of kind of the situation we find ourselves, as now we're in a second year in which we are needing to go back to the town to ask for increased allocation of revenue that was not given to us by town meeting. We've gone over our budget. And I know as well as anybody, I think we all know here, that a lot of that is mandated special education costs, right? Those things are, as Danielle said this morning, predictably unpredictable and difficult to control. But at the end of the day, that's the job, right? That's the job of the superintendent. That's the job we ask you to do, is tell us what the budget you need, manage the district to that budget. And we have not had that happen in the last 2 years. And I think it's incredibly frustrating and incredibly impactful. And I think we've seen that, as again, I take a breath to reflect. We've seen that for the last 2 months of how impactful that has been, how impactful that is to our ongoing effort to get an override, right? And the confusion and irritation that is, to the ongoing impact to our staff, who have now even ongoing questions about their job given the FY25 implications for FY26, not to mention the HRS conversation, which again is a terrible place to put staff into, who, to the point Katie made, are not the reason we're over budget, but those are the considerations we had to make in terms of how do we get into budget. The impact on students, who, I talked to one of my kids in the neighborhood walking by and talked about how his teacher is buying the science supplies because they don't have the ability to buy them, right? And he knows that, and he's dealing with that as a middle schooler, should not be doing that. Have high schoolers who weren't sure if they were going to have sports for a couple of days because that slide got released. We have residents of the town questioning our competency and trust within the school department and within the town as a whole, all while we were asking for the most possible trust because we need the override. And so it's just all these things that I think of, and I say that, I think first, the need to acknowledge those things, that's real, that's true. I can't shake the knowledge that if we had been informed about this projected deficit sooner, that we could have done more to close this gap, because of how impactful this FY25 situation is ongoing and is now looking like it will be even into FY26, especially if we don't have an override. And I'm very concerned based upon this new information from the town administrator what the impact will be next year, because it's just a compounding impact. And I was already terrified about the 70 positions. I assume an extra $1 million is another. I don't want to throw a number out there and make people freak out. So I'll leave that to future conversation. But I guess the last piece is, I assume at some point some of the select board members will watch this. And so at a certain point we are I made clear when this came out in January, I do not want to go to the select board and ask for money. I think I said that at this meeting. We're in a place where now I need to pull that back, and I'm not above begging and putting my own pride aside if it means the good for kids, and right now that's what we're saying it is. And so I plead with the select board that we are in a situation we cannot help ourselves. We are going to need them, and so I think it'll be on us to advocate to the select board, ask them for the support, because otherwise I'm not really sure what this means without their support, what this means for kids and for staff between now and the end of the year. And it's just an atrocious situation we find ourselves in. And so I know now we need to take the step forward, but I just felt like that needed to be said to kind of close that out before we can take that path forward. So.
Well, I agree with a lot of what you're saying, Mark, but I also have to say this is years of budgeting, incorrectly, right? And it's just kind of happened last year and into this year, but I don't think I think a lot of hands have touched that over the course of, maybe even a decade of just, so I don't necessarily feel that it's, something that we did or didn't do. I think at some point it was bound to happen, and I think we have an opportunity now to really change our practices with Katie's guidance. I think, hopefully in her saying today, hey, next year we have to live within our means. We cannot go over. And, and that is so important. And I think just having that perspective is helpful now, but I think it has been years of, the habits of going back to the town and asking for free cash and doing that. I mean, I've watched old meetings enough to know that has been kind of how we've always done things, and I don't think it can happen anymore. And because at some point we're going to run out of money, and unfortunately we're the board that it happened to. And I know it's very frustrating, and I know if an override doesn't pass, the impacts are, horrific. But at the same time, it's it really just, I think here's an opportunity for us to really say, we can't let this happen again, right? It's gonna take us a long time to recover from this, regardless of, depending on how the override goes, there are gonna be needs-based needs that we're not gonna be able to meet, and we'll have to look at within our internal budget to figure out where we can, like the ELA curriculum, and so on and so forth, and make adjustments. And sometimes those adjustments will have bigger impacts than others, and so we're kind of looking at the low-hanging fruit now, but at some point we'll have to make bigger cuts, and unfortunately this is, again, as we make decisions as past members, and however, over the last several years, other boards have made these decisions, and we advocated for an override last year, and we wouldn't be in this situation now. So again, decisions boards make really impact, not just for that year, but for future years. And this is a reflection of those decisions. And I think we just have to be mindful and be able to work within other town boards to really say, hey, listen, we're in this together. If we don't work together to resolve this going forward, we're going to be in this mess again, We're only as good as how well we can work with the other boards and them to understand. And that's where it's like, if we need to advocate for that $1 million, we have to figure it out. And, you know, we have to figure out how to close these things. And, you know, I'm really tired and rambling, but, but I just, you know, this, and I know it's very frustrating, and I do, you know, and especially being chair of finance and not the year to be chair of finance, and I appreciate you, you know, doing all the work that you are. And I know it is very frustrating, but I really hope that this is something that we all needed to kind of, you know, unfortunately had to go through to figure out a path forward. So.
But I think also embedded in all that, it's important to state and acknowledge, not just as a committee, but as a town, that costs have escalated so much, and we haven't been able to keep up with the costs. So while there is internal actions we're taking to be more on top of, which is great, but there's also external pressures that are real and that are impacting districts across the state. And so I think we need to just hold on to both. It's yes and. And I think that's important for us to continue to message that and educate sort of folks who just don't realize that there are these external pressures that are there. And we're going to try to mitigate them as much as possible by improving internal practices. But to the point that was made earlier, even now we're seeing sort of these increases coming, and it seems like they're just out of control, and we can't quite keep a handle on them. And that's a reality that a context that we're going to have to keep functioning in.
But the other side of that is we're also going back to the community and asking to help us with those, and they're in the same boat because all their costs are going up too. So it's just, it's really hard, and that's where we have to, like, you know, I think just make a pact to, like, as much as, you know, our costs are going up, like we're going to have to make some changes. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do because we can keep going and asking for more money, but at some point someone's going to say no, and then we, you know, and just, you know, because people can't afford it. So I think there's only so much we can, you know, and yeah, it's true. It's like a lot of these things are out of our control, and, you know, unfortunately, the times we live in, but
Yeah.
and we're doing the, you know, but I appreciate that we're going through this exercise and kind of doing this and getting into the habit of, you know, what can we do, where can we, you know, make adjustments, and
We're developing a discipline that, you know, may have existed in the past on the school committee, but I don't think it existed in the recent past in quite this same way. So, I think, you know,
Can I make the motion? I think this is, I typed it into the motion chart. I think that's the motion y'all are asking us to make. So I'll make it, and then if there's a friendly amendment, please tell me. I think it's a motion to request the select board move the $1 million free cash allocation from the special education reserve account, or from the soon-to-be-established
proposed, or
Yeah,
they've
from the
already, I
proposed.
think they've already, anyway.
Yeah, from the proposed special education reserve account to the town reserve account or other mechanism that would make the funding available to the school committee within FY25 in order to draw down upon an amount to be determined at a future date to close the school department's anticipated FY25 fiscal deficit. Does that sound right?
This seems right. I'm not sure. I mean, I think clearly we have consensus here that this is what we're asking for. I don't know if it would be worth like double checking the wording of this if we're taking, you know, I don't know.
We can always revote it in the future.
I guess so,
I assume this should give the select board at
This
least
captures the intent that we need to
enough
communicate.
direction, and it's clear, as long as it's clear for us.
Okay.
So I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Move on quickly. We have two vendor warrants, vendor warrant 35 and vendor warrant 36. So I'll go ahead and make one motion. Motion is made to approve vendor warrant 35 payable on 3/13/25 in the amount of $1,104,202.97, and to approve vendor warrant 36 payable on 3/20/2025 in the amount of $695,530.65. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, are we able to defer the
Yes,
facilities?
there's
Okay,
nothing
we'll put that
pressing
to
on
next
that.
time.
Yeah.
We already covered the policy subcommittee meeting, basically.
Yep.
Approval of minutes, are people ready to very quickly vote the minutes, or do people need a minute to look at the minutes?
Yes.
If we're ready, I think we can just take one quick vote on both. I think there are a couple of edits that have been shared,
Yeah.
and so it's as edited. Okay, so I will make a motion to approve the school committee minutes as edited for February 26, 2025, and March 5th, 2025. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor? Okay. We don't need to talk about our next meeting. I think it will be lighter than this one. We can just make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Thanks, everybody. Good night.